You are safe here. You are welcome here. The day is behind you now, and this story is simply a gentle pathway leading you deeper into rest. Do like and subscribe, but if you genuinely like this video, and let me know where are you watching from and what time is it there. Our story today begins in the world of myths, in the ancient lands of Greece, where gods and mortals wove together a tapestry of tales that explain the stars, the seas, and the lives of humankind. These are not tales meant to rush the heart or stir the mind to frantic thought. No, these are stories meant to be spoken slowly, their details flowing like honey, sweet and drowsy, allowing you to wander through them without worry. In the beginning, before gods or heroes, before Zeus and his thunder or Athena with her wisdom, there was only chaos. Not chaos as in disorder, but chaos as in the yawning gap, the empty vastness, the deep silence before anything had form. Imagine floating in that space, where there is no time, no struggle, no burden. Just an endless soothing dark, like being cradled in the quiet embrace of sleep itself. From this stillness, the first beings drifted into existence. Gaia, the earth, rich and grounding like the soil beneath your feet. Then Nyx, the night draped in velvety shadows. Eros, gentle love, a spark of connection and tenderness. Each one arriving not with noise but with a presence, like stars quietly appearing in the dusk sky. Feel yourself sink into this moment, breathing softly, as if you are floating alongside these primordial beings, watching them take shape. Gaia, the earth, stretched out and gave foundation. From her came the mountains, rising in hushed majesty. She formed the wide seas, their surface calm under the moonlight. And she became mother to all that would come. From Gaia came Uranus, the sky, stretching endlessly above her, filled with stars that twinkled like tiny lullabies in the night. Imagine lying back and gazing upward, watching constellations slowly form. Each shimmer carries a story, each cluster a whisper of the past. Together, Gaia and Uranus created children, the Titans, vast and powerful, yet patient and timeless. They were not yet the stormy gods of Olympus. They were the foundation, steady and enduring. Let your mind drift to one Titan in particular, Cronus, strong and serious, who would play a great role in the shaping of this mythic world. Cronus, whose very name echoes with the slowness of time itself, ticking forward not in haste, but in a long, measured rhythm. Imagine time passing like soft waves against a quiet shore, steady and inevitable, carrying you gently toward rest. Cronus, however, lived under the shadow of a prophecy, one that whispered of betrayal and change. Uranus, his father, feared the strength of his children. He tried to push them back into the depths of Gaia, into hidden places. But Gaia, feeling the weight of her children pressed down, ached for their freedom. And so she gave Cronus a sickle, sharp and shining, though here in this retelling it gleams only faintly, without threat like moonlight on still water. With this, Cronus rose against Uranus, and though the act was heavy, though it shifted the fate of gods and men forever, here we tell it softly, as if the air itself muffles the edges, leaving only the echoes of change, not the violence of it. Cronus became ruler of the world. His siblings, the Titans, spread across the earth and sky, filling the world with order and presence. For a time, there was peace. Cronus took Rhea as his queen, and together they brought forth children who would one day be known as the Olympians. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, and finally Zeus. Yet Cronus, like his father before him, feared the prophecy that one of his children would overthrow him. So he swallowed each newborn, one after another, like a dream fading back into darkness before it can take shape. Yet Rhea, longing to save at least one child, tricked him when Zeus was born. She wrapped a stone in swaddling clothes, placing it in Cronus's hands, while she carried her son away to safety. Cronus swallowed the stone, never knowing. Pause for a moment. Breathe softly. Imagine the hidden infant Zeus, cradled not in the halls of Titans but in a quiet cave on the island of Crete, nursed in secrecy. Imagine the cave walls cool and safe, the sound of gentle waves outside, and the boy slowly growing, strength and destiny building within him, like a seed preparing to blossom. As Zeus grew, so too did the time of change. The prophecy lingered, whispering like the breeze through ancient olive branches. And one day, Zeus fulfilled it. With cunning and resolve, he tricked Cronus into releasing his siblings. Outpoured Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon, reborn into the world no longer hidden. They joined Zeus, and together they rose against the Titans. This battle, known as the Titanomachy, shook the earth. Yet in this retelling, imagine it not as a storm of violence, but as a slow and distant thunder, rumbling far away. The Titans on one side, the young Olympians on the other, clashing in the way night meets dawn. Slowly, gradually, the world shifted, and at last the Olympians triumphed. Cronus and the Titans were cast into Tartarus, a deep and shadowy realm far beneath the earth, where their presence faded like dreams slipping into unconsciousness. Now the world belonged to the Olympians. Zeus, with his thunderbolt, became ruler of the skies. Poseidon, steady and deep, took the seas. Hades, somber but inevitable, became guardian of the underworld. And the others too found their realms. Together they shaped a new order, one filled with stories that mortals would whisper by firelight for centuries to come. Pause with me here. Breathe in gently, and release. Picture yourself standing on the summit of Mount Olympus, the home of the gods, where clouds drift softly at your feet. The air is cool and crisp, carrying the faint fragrance of pine and snow. All around, the gods dwell in palaces of shining marble, though their laughter and quarrels echo faintly, like wind across peaks. You are safe here, an unseen guest simply listening, drifting, letting the stories surround you like a soft blanket. And as you rest, let me carry you deeper still, into the many tales of gods and heroes, of love and loss, of creation and downfall, each one a thread in the vast tapestry of Greek mythology. They will come slowly, one after another, like stars appearing in the night sky. You need not hold on to them. Just let them pass through your thoughts, until the weight of sleep draws you into its gentle arms. Our story today drifts gently forward into the reign of Zeus, ruler of the sky, wielder of thunder. But here, in this soft telling, Zeus is not fierce or wrathful. He is simply a presence above, steady like a summer storm seen from a distance, rumbling softly but never striking. He watches from his high throne upon Olympus, his companions around him, each with their own story to whisper into the ears of humankind. Beside him sits Hera, his queen, regal and proud, though often weighed by jealousy. Imagine her not in anger but in stillness, her gaze fixed on the mortals below, longing for devotion, for respect. Her voice is quiet here, her presence like the distant call of a bird fading into night. Her heart, often troubled, beats softly beneath layers of pride, and in these moments of retelling, she becomes not a goddess of vengeance, but simply a being searching for love in her own way. Poseidon, brother of Zeus, stirs the seas. But instead of violent waves and crashing storms, imagine his oceans tonight as calm, deep and glimmering with moonlight. Each ripple is soothing, each tide is gentle, lapping at sandy shores where mortals sleep. He is powerful, yes, but his presence tonight is one of quiet guardianship, like the low hum of the sea that rocks sailors into slumber. And then Hades, silent and solemn, who rules the underworld. Do not think of him as grim or cruel, but rather as the keeper of stillness, the guide of souls into rest. His realm is not fire or torment here, but shadowed gardens of silence where streams of forgetfulness trickle slowly and softly, carrying all worries away. If you listen carefully in your imagination, you can hear the faint water of Lethe flowing, washing troubles into nothingness, until only peace remains. Each god had their place and each carried a story. Demeter, goddess of the harvest, brought the cycles of grain, the turning of seasons. Imagine golden fields swaying in a soft breeze, the warmth of summer slowly yielding to autumn's crisp hush. Persephone, her daughter, was drawn into Hades' quiet realm, and each year she returned, carrying with her the promise of spring. In this cycle, mortals learned the rhythm of nature, the gentle heartbeat of the earth itself. Athena, wise and calm, stepped from Zeus's head fully formed, her mind like the clear stillness of a lake under starlight. She was not wild, not stormy, but measured, thoughtful, her wisdom unfolding like the pages of a book read slowly by firelight. When mortals prayed to her, they felt her presence not as command, but as guidance, a quiet suggestion carried on the wind. Apollo, radiant and golden, drove the sun across the sky. But tonight, his chariot moved slowly, his light softened into the memory of day. He is the god of music, and if you listen closely, you may almost hear the strum of his lyre, the sound delicate and sleepy, like a lullaby carried on the strings of dawn. His twin sister, Artemis, hunts beneath the moon. But her arrows tonight are not sharp. They are beams of silver light that dance across forests, guiding creatures safely through the dark. She is both protector and wanderer, and her presence is cool and calming, like moonlight on your skin. Ares, the god of war, often fierce and restless, is here softened too. His armor is set aside, his sword quiet. Instead, imagine him resting beside a campfire, his firelight flickering faintly in the shadows, the sound of distant crickets replacing the clash of steel. He becomes not war itself, but the pause between battles, the stillness of a soldier drifting into sleep. Aphrodite, goddess of love, emerges from the sea foam. But in this tale, her beauty is not overwhelming or fierce. It is soft, like the warmth of a lover's hand or the sweetness of a kind smile. Her presence is like the glow of candlelight in the evening, drawing hearts into comfort rather than desire. She reminds mortals of tenderness, of the joy in simply being close to one another. Hermes, messenger and traveler, flits between worlds with winged sandals. His pace is quick, yet tonight he moves more slowly, his footsteps like soft breezes that pass unnoticed. He guides dreams as much as messages, and perhaps even now he is guiding yours, slipping them gently into your mind as you drift further toward rest. And Dionysus, god of wine and revelry, often loud and wild, is here simply a quiet friend. His cup is half full, his laughter softened into a hum, like the murmur of friends sharing stories late into the night. He is not frenzy tonight, but ease, the comfort of letting go, of allowing the world to fade as sleep takes hold. These Olympians, each with their nature and their tales, shaped the myths that mortals whispered. Yet in truth, their stories were less about gods and more about us, our fears, our hopes, our need to understand why the world moves the way it does. And when told slowly like this, their tales become less like thunder and lightning and more like lullabies, carrying us into a gentle night. Now, imagine yourself walking quietly among them. Mount Olympus is vast, but calm tonight. Marble halls rise around you, glowing faintly in the moonlight. The gods do not notice you, for you are simply a dreamer passing by. You step past columns wrapped in ivy, past gardens where roses bloom without end, past fountains that trickle like soft music. The air is crisp, the stars endless. Every step you take feels lighter, as if you are not walking but floating. As you move deeper, you notice chambers filled with stories. Myths carved into stone, painted on walls, told again and again by voices long since gone. Each one begins to drift toward you, gently, like feathers falling through the air. There is the story of Prometheus, who brought fire to mankind, not as punishment or rebellion here, but as a gift of warmth on cold nights, a gift of light to guide weary wanderers. The fire flickers gently, never blazing, offering only comfort. Nearby, another tale stirs, the labors of Heracles. His strength is mighty, yet in this soft telling his labors are not battles but steady tasks, like stones being slowly lifted, rivers quietly rerouted. Each task, no matter how great, becomes simply a rhythm, one movement after another, reminding us that even the heaviest burdens can be softened when time moves slowly. And then the story of Perseus, slayer of Medusa. But here, Medusa is not fearsome, not monstrous. She is simply lonely, her gaze misunderstood, her silence echoing in caves. Perseus, moving softly, does not strike with anger, but with necessity. The story becomes not one of terror, but of transition, of endings and beginnings, like the soft close of one dream and the opening of another. All these myths, one after another, do not rush. They pass through your thoughts like drifting clouds, each one forming, reshaping, then fading again. You do not need to hold on to them. You do not need to remember them fully. You only need to let them carry you deeper, each detail pulling you further into rest. As the gods continue their lives above, mortals below live their quiet days. They farm, they build, they sing songs, they watch the stars, wondering about the great figures in the heavens. Their prayers rise upward, not in fear, but in curiosity, in longing for stories that connect them to something greater. And in the telling of these myths, they found not only explanations but comfort, a way to make sense of their world. Pause here once again. Breathe softly. Feel your body heavier now, your eyes perhaps heavier too. You are not rushing anywhere. The story continues without need for your effort. All you must do is listen, and even if you drift into sleep, the myths will keep flowing, gently, endlessly. The gods on Olympus, their marble halls glowing faintly in the night, while mortals below whispered prayers and listened to the tales of heroes. These heroes, though mighty in the old stories, arrive here not in thunder or fire, but in the soft rhythm of footsteps, the gentle sound of journeys begun. Their quests, though grand, become lullabies of travel, of patience, of lessons learned beneath the stars. Let us drift first to Jason and the Argonauts. Imagine the wooden ship, the Argo, resting upon calm waters. Its timbers creak softly like the rocking of a cradle. One by one, heroes step aboard, Heracles, Orpheus, and others, each strong, each determined. Yet tonight, they are not fierce adventurers. They are quiet travelers, their oars dipping into the sea with a slow, even stroke. The waves part gently before them, shimmering under a sleepy moon. Their quest for the golden fleece is long, but here it unfolds like a dream of endless horizons. Each island they pass appearing like a soft lantern in the mist. Orpheus, with his lyre, plays as they row. His music is gentle, weaving through the night air, carrying a melody that calms even the restless winds. The oars move in rhythm, the ship glides, and the crew listens, lulled by song. Though their journey is filled with trials, monsters, and kings, in this retelling those dangers fade into shadows, far away, leaving only the comfort of companionship, the trust of men at sea together, and the whisper of the ocean beneath their hull. Now, drift onward to another tale, the story of Perseus and Andromeda. Picture Perseus soaring above the world, not in haste but gliding, the air cool against his face, his winged sandals carrying him as easily as a feather floating on a breeze. Below, the waves lap softly against the rocks where Andromeda waits. There is no terror here, no desperate cries, only the quiet presence of destiny, the slow approach of her rescuer. The sea monster, so fierce in other tellings, is but a shadow in the deep, fading as Perseus descends. When he reaches her, he does not rush or fight. He simply takes her hand, steady and reassuring, and together they rise into the sky, carried on the hush of wind and the safety of night. Then there is the great Trojan War, a story of battles and heroes, of Achilles and Hector, of kings and prophecies. But here, let us imagine it not as clashing swords and burning walls, but as a quiet, distant dream. The soldiers sit by their fires at night, their armor set aside, their voices low. They tell stories of home, of families waiting, of fields and vineyards and laughter long past. The war becomes less about rage and more about longing, the human wish to return, the desire for peace. Even Achilles, fierce and unmatched, is softened in this telling. His strength is a heavy burden, and in the quiet moments he lays it down, closing his eyes as the sea wind brushes across his skin. Hector, too, is not only a warrior but a father, a man who kissed his child and wife before the dawn of battle. In this story, we see him not as a hero doomed, but as a soul at rest, walking slowly through the streets of Troy at night, listening to the faint sounds of lyres playing, of people sleeping safely in their homes. The walls of Troy stand tall, and for now all is still, all is peaceful. And then Odysseus, clever wanderer, begins his long journey home. Imagine him drifting across seas not stormy but calm, each island he visits appearing like a dream. The lotus eaters, gentle and sleepy, offer flowers that smell faintly of honey and rest. Circe, soft-voiced, welcomes him not with fear but with quiet hospitality, her halls filled with golden light. Even the sirens, whose songs are dangerous in other tellings, here sing softly, their voices more like lullabies than lures, their melody fading into the waves as Odysseus sails by. His journey, though long, becomes an endless lull, a rhythm of waves and stars, leading him always closer to the hearth of his home. Heracles, too, returns in these stories. We spoke of his labors, but here let us rest with him after they are done. Picture him setting down his club, his hands calloused, his body tired. He sits beside a quiet stream, listening to the water's endless murmur. Each labor, though mighty, has passed. Each trial, though heavy, is finished. Now there is only the cool night air, the sound of cicadas, and the weight of a man slowly drifting toward sleep. His strength, legendary though it is, rests for now, cradled by the silence of nature. These heroes, each one, are softened when told in whispers. Their battles become lessons, their trials become journeys, their victories become dreams. For in the end, mythology was never only about might or power. It was about understanding the world, the self, the mysteries of life and death. Told slowly as we are doing now, their stories are not loud but calming, guiding us gently, like lanterns placed along a dark path. Let yourself imagine the great constellations above. For the Greeks, the stars themselves were reminders of these stories. Perseus, Andromeda, Orion, all etched in light across the sky. Tonight they are not distant fires, but soft pinpricks, watching over you, shining quietly. They do not demand your attention. They simply glow, steady and patient, as if waiting for you to close your eyes and let go. Now, as you rest, let us drift further still, into the quieter corners of myth, into the tales not often told loudly, but whispered. The gentle nymphs of the forests, their laughter like wind through leaves. The dryads of the trees, steady and rooted, their presence like the grounding earth beneath you. The nereids of the sea, swimming in gentle schools, their hair trailing behind them like ribbons in the water. They are not fearsome, not overwhelming, but companions of nature, guardians of peace. And the muses, daughters of memory, givers of inspiration. Imagine them gathered on a hillside, their voices weaving together in a chorus that is not sharp or piercing, but soft, flowing, endless. Their song is the hum of creativity, the rhythm of poetry, the comfort of knowing that stories will never fade but will always be retold, again and again, like the cycles of the seasons. You may feel now that your eyes are heavier, that your thoughts are drifting. That is good. That is what these myths are meant to do in this telling. They are not here to excite, not here to spark fear or wonder, but to cradle you, gently, carrying you into dreams. Just as mortals once told these stories beside their hearths, letting the crackle of fire soften each word, so too are you being guided, word by word, breath by breath, deeper into sleep. Take another slow breath and let it go. You are safe. You are resting. The stories will continue, whether you are awake or asleep. And soon we will wander further into the mysteries of creation, into the strange and quiet tales of gods who fade, of heroes who return, of worlds that change but never truly end.
The world outside has grown still, and the myths now unfold not as grand tales, but as hushed stories whispered by the night. Among all the myths, few are as tender and sorrowful as that of Orpheus and Eurydice. Orpheus, the musician whose lyre could soothe even stones and rivers, found love in Eurydice, whose presence was like spring itself, light, fresh, full of promise. But love, fragile as morning dew, can be touched by loss. One day, Eurydice slipped away into the underworld. Her life ended too soon. In the older tellings, the grief of Orpheus was fierce. But here, in this quiet night, imagine it differently. Imagine Orpheus walking slowly, carrying his lyre. His steps light, as if he does not wish to disturb the ground. His song is not desperate, but soft, a melody of longing that floats through valleys and over hills. It is so gentle that even Hades, solemn ruler of the underworld, listens. And Persephone, queen of shadows, feels her heart stir. They grant him permission to bring Eurydice back on one condition. He must not look back until they are both safely above. Picture the scene. A long, winding path rises upward, faintly lit, surrounded by stillness. Orpheus walks ahead, his footsteps echoing softly, his lyre cradled against him. Behind him, unseen but present, is Eurydice, her steps lighter, her silence filled with hope. Orpheus yearns to turn, to see her face, but he holds himself steady, whispering to her with his song instead. Closer and closer they climb, the air warmer, brighter. And just before the threshold, Tao enters his heart. He glances back. In that single moment, she fades like mist in the morning sun. Yet here, in this telling, it is not a tragedy, but a return. For Eurydice does not vanish into pain, but into rest. She becomes part of the underworld's gardens, a spirit surrounded by stillness, cradled by shadows that are not cruel, but soothing. And Orpheus continues his music, his songs carrying her memory forever. His grief is not firet, is a gentle ache, like the quiet hum of a string left vibrating in the dark. Now, drift with me to the tale of Pandora. Once, in the earliest days, when mankind lived free from toil and sorrow, Zeus devised a gift horror, perhaps a curse. He ordered the creation of Pandora, the first woman, shaped with beauty and charm, gifted with curiosity. To her was given a jar, sealed but tempting. She was told not to open it, and yet, as all mortals know, curiosity is a soft whisper that grows until it is impossible to resist. Pandora lifted the lid, and out flew sorrow, illness, hunger, despair, dark things that spread across the world. But let us not imagine them as horrors. Picture them instead as small shadows, drifting away like smoke, scattering until they are too faint to see. And at the bottom of the jar, after all had gone, there remained one thing: hope, quiet and steady, glowing faintly like a candle in a vast room. It has never left humankind since. Even in the darkest nights, that glow remains, reminding mortals to endure, to continue, to breathe. Allow yourself to hold that glow in your own imagination. A soft light, small but steady, warm against your palms. It is enough. It is always enough. Another tale drifts toward us now. One of the sculptor who carved a woman from ivory so perfect that he fell in love with her. Each day, he touched the statue's hand, whispering to her as if she might hear. And one day, through the kindness of Aphrodite, she did. The cold ivory warmed, the statue breathed, and Galatea was born. But tonight, we do not see this as a miracle of passion. Instead, it is a story of patience, of love, quietly waiting until it is answered. The statue opening her eyes is not sudden, is slow, like the rising of dawn. And Pygmalion, instead of shock, feels only a deep calm, as if he had known all along that she would one day awaken. Now, let us wander into the story of Echo and Narcissus. Echo, a nymph cursed to repeat only the last words she heard, loved Narcissus, who loved only his own reflection, in the louder Thales. It is a story of vanity and heartbreak. But here, let us soften it. Imagine Echo not as tormented, but as lingering her voice becoming part of the forests, the mountains, the caverns. Her presence is eternal, carried in every repeated sound, a companion to travelers so that none feel truly alone. And Narcissus, gazing into the pool, is not consumed by obsession. Instead, he sees in his reflection the stillness of water, the calm of solitude. He leans closer and closer until he becomes one with the quiet pond, not as punishment, but as release. A single white flower grows at the water's edge, delicate and graceful, swaying in the breeze. It is not a symbol of vanity, but of transformation, of returning to the earth gently. All these myths of love and loss remind us of the human heart, fragile yet enduring, aching yet capable of beauty. They are not here to stir you awake, but to cradle you deeper into rest, showing that even sorrow has its softness. Even endings can be peaceful. Now, as you breathe slowly, imagine yourself in a meadow at twilight. Around you, soft figures move nymphs, gods, Hirosiet. They do not speak loudly. They move like shadows, their footsteps like whispers in the grass. The stars above are bright, but not harsh, scattered like seeds across the sky. In the distance, the faint sound of Orpheus's lyre lingers, a song that has no end, only a fading into silence. The myths continue, endless and gentle. And soon, we will drift toward the stories of creation again. The shaping of men and women. The quiet Thales of Prometheus, who gave fire, and of Deucalion and Pyrrha, who survived the Great Flood. Each story will be another step into slumber, another wave washing over you, until at last you are carried into dreams. Take another breath. Feel your eyelids heavy, your body lighter, your mind wandering. The myths will keep flowing, even if you do not hear them all. They will guard you in sleep. Just as they have guarded mortals for thousands of years, across firelight, across generations, across the endless night.
There was once a titan named Prometheus, whose name means forethought. He looked upon mankind, fragile, uncertain, shivering beneath the sky, and he pitied them. Unlike gods, they had no weapons of thunder, no immortal strength, no eternal light. So Prometheus gave them fire. Imagine it now, a flickering glow in the darkness, the first small flame resting in mortal hands. Not a roaring blaze, but a steady candle, warming chilled fingers, casting a soft glow against stone walls. The gods frowned at this gift, for they wished mortals to remain dependent, helpless, like shadows beneath their feet. But Prometheus, with quiet rebellion, chose compassion. He taught men how to shape tools, how to cook their food, how to lift darkness with flame. For this kindness, Zeus punished him, binding him to a lonely mountain where an eagle came each day. But let us not picture agony. Instead, let us soften it. Imagine Prometheus lying there, gazing at the horizon, patient, enduring. Each day the eagle arrives and each day passes, but Prometheus does not break. His thoughts are calm, his will unyielding. His suffering becomes stillness, and his stillness becomes strength. And so his gift to humanity continues to glow, even as he waits beneath the endless sky. Not long after, the gods grew displeased again with mortals, who had become loud, careless, and ungrateful. And so they sent a great flood. Imagine the rain falling not in fury but as a heavy, steady rhythm, soft drumming upon the earth, endless and gray. Rivers rose, valleys filled, mountains stood like lonely islands in the sea. Nearly all life was swept away. But two mortals, Deucalion and his wife Hera, survived. They floated upon the waters in a small ark carried gently by the waves. Picture them sitting side by side, hands entwined, their eyes gazing at the endless horizon. Days passed, nights passed, until at last the waters receded. The world was quiet, washed clean, fresh with silence. The two stepped onto dry land, but found themselves alone. In their hearts they carried a question. How would life begin again? They prayed to the gods for guidance, and the answer came in a riddle. Throw the bones of your mother behind you. Confused at first, they realized the earth itself was their mother, and the stones her bones. So they cast stones over their shoulders, and as each one touched the ground, it softened, shifted, and slowly transformed into people, men from the stones of Deucalion, women from those of Hera. And so life began anew, not through noise or chaos, but through patience, through quiet trust in the whispers of the gods. Let your mind rest with that image, of stones slowly turning into people, of silence filling the fresh air after rain, of a new world born gently beneath soft clouds. Now drift with me to another story, of the ages of mankind. Once, poets like Hesiod spoke of 5 ages. First, the Golden Age, where men lived like children, innocent and free from toil, warmed by the sun, nourished by the earth itself. Imagine walking through a meadow where fruits fall into your hands, where streams are clear and endless, where there is no hunger, no fear, only soft laughter carried by the wind. Then came the Silver Age. Mortals, still young, still dependent, their lives short, their ways clumsy. They quarreled often, forgetting gratitude. Then the Bronze Age, where men became fierce, their lives filled with war, their hearts heavy with iron. Imagine their footsteps shaking the earth, their hands always gripping weapons, their voices loud with anger. After them, the heroic age arrived. A brief brightness filled with legends of Heracles, Achilles, Perseus. And finally the Iron Age, the age of Hesiod himself, and perhaps of us. An age of toil, of hardship, where men labor endlessly, where joy and sorrow walk side by side. Yet within this age, hope still glows, faint as a candle, steady as ever. As you breathe, imagine these ages as seasons of the night. The golden age, like a dawn bathed in soft gold. The silver, like a cloudy morning. The bronze, a stormy afternoon. The heroic, a shining twilight. And the iron, the night itself, deep and dark, but filled with stars. Each age passing into the next as naturally as breath follows breath, as dream follows waking. And now, let us wander toward the myth of Lycaon, the king who tested Zeus. In some tales he was proud, unkind, offering the gods a meal unfit, and so Zeus transformed him into a wolf. But let us see it differently. Imagine Lycaon running free beneath moonlight. His form changed, his senses sharpened. The forest welcomes him. The wind whispers through his fur. He is no longer burdened by kingship, no longer troubled by schemes of men. As a wolf, he belongs to the wild, his spirit blending with the whispers of trees and the song of night. Even punishments in myth can soften into release. Even curses can feel like transformation. The myths carry us like waves, gently but endlessly. They teach, they soothe. They remind us that life, in all its trials, carries rhythm and meaning. And as you rest now, listening, drifting, you may find your own breath has become part of that rhythm, steady, calm, eternal. Soon we will wander into the myths of great heroes, Heracles and his labors, Perseus and Medusa, Theseus and the labyrinth. But we will not tell them as battles or shouts. We will tell them as quiet journeys, as dreams of courage softened into whispers. For now, let the fire of Prometheus glow faintly in your hands. Let the rain of Deucalion's flood wash softly in your ears. Let the golden age dawn within your mind. All is still, all is calm, and the myths drift on, waiting for us to follow them deeper into night. Now, take a slow breath. Feel the cool night air around you, calm and gentle. The leaves rustle softly, the stars glimmer faintly, and the story continues to flow like a river. Quiet, steady, endless. Our journey now moves into the tales of heroes, though we will not hear them with noise or fury. Instead, we will soften them, as though told by the crackle of a hearth, as though carried by the wind itself. Our story today begins with Heracles, the son of Zeus, born into both glory and hardship. His strength was unmatched, but his life was shaped by trials. The gods gave him 12 labors, tasks so great they seemed impossible. But let us not picture him straining with shouts or sweat. Let us instead see him moving calmly, step by step, steady and determined, like someone walking through a dream. The first of his labors was the Nemean lion, a beast with skin that no weapon could pierce. Imagine a forest, quiet and dim, the sound of leaves brushing together. Heracles steps gently through the shadows, and when he meets the lion, he does not fight with noise but with patience. He embraces the beast, holding it close until the struggle ceases, until the night grows still once more. And from the lion's pelt, he fashions a cloak, warm and soft, a mantle that will shield him forever. His second labor was the Lernaean Hydra, a serpent with many heads, each regrowing when struck. But in this telling, imagine the Hydra not as a monster but as a flowing stream, its heads like curling waves. Heracles moves calmly, cutting and cauterizing, his movements rhythmic like a craftsman at work, until the stream settles, its ripples fading into still water. The labors continue, capturing the Ceryneian hind, a deer swift as the wind. Picture Heracles waiting quietly in the forest, his breath steady, his heart calm, until at last the deer comes to him, not through force but through stillness. He carries it gently, respecting its grace. One by one the tasks unfold, the Erymanthian boar, the stables of Augeas, the birds of Stymphalus, each challenge met not with noise but with focus, with patient rhythm. Imagine him moving through them, as though in a trance, each labor a meditation, each trial a lesson. By the end, Heracles does not merely conquer, he transforms. His strength is not loud, it is quiet, enduring, eternal. And now let us turn to another hero, Perseus, the slayer of Medusa. But in our dreamlike telling, this is not a story of sharp blades or sudden violence. Imagine instead a journey across the sea, the waves rocking gently, the night sky full of stars. Perseus sails quietly, his thoughts calm, his heart steady. The gods gift him a mirrored shield, a curved blade, and winged sandals. Imagine him lifting off the ground, the wind cool against his face, carrying him softly through the air. When he reaches Medusa, her snakes hiss faintly, like grass shifting in the wind. He does not look upon her directly. Instead, he sees her reflection in the polished shield, a soft shimmer of movement. One careful motion, no more force than trimming a branch, and her story ends. From her body rises Pegasus, the winged horse, spreading its wings gently, lifting into the sky like a dream given form. Perseus carries the head with him, not as a trophy but as a reminder of caution, of patience, of respect for power. His journey is long, but it flows like a river. And in the end he returns not as a conqueror but as one who has walked through silence and returned with wisdom. And then we arrive at Theseus, the hero of Athens, who faced the labyrinth and the Minotaur. The labyrinth itself is a dreamlike place. Endless corridors, twisting passages, shadows stretching far into darkness. Imagine walking through it, each step soft, each turn slow, the air cool and still. Theseus carries with him a ball of thread, gifted by Ariadne, and with it he marks his path. Each step becomes certain, each movement steady, the thread his guide through confusion. At last he finds the Minotaur, a creature half man, half bull. But do not imagine fury or rage. Imagine instead a great figure waiting in silence, its breathing slow, its eyes heavy with sorrow. The two meet, not with thunder, but with inevitability, and the moment passes like a whisper. When it is over, the labyrinth grows still, and Theseus follows the thread back into the dawn. Each of these heroes teaches us something, not of shouting victories, but of quiet persistence, of focus, of patience. Heracles shows us endurance, Perseus shows us clarity, and Theseus shows us guidance. Their myths may roar in other tellings, but here they soften, becoming like lullabies, carrying us gently into deeper rest. Now, as your breath slows, imagine walking among them, heroes resting beneath olive trees, their weapons laid aside, their faces calm, their stories no longer battles but memories. The night hums softly with cicadas, the breeze moves gently through the leaves, and the world feels safe, timeless, eternal. The myths continue endlessly, Orpheus and Eurydice, Jason and the Argonauts, Atalanta swift as the wind. But we will meet them slowly, patiently, as though in dreams. For now, let your body rest, your mind ease, and your heart drift with the heroes who no longer fight, but who simply walk in stillness beneath the moon. Our story today begins with Orpheus, the greatest musician the world has ever known. His lyre did not simply play notes, it wove spells. Imagine his fingers moving gently across the strings, each note floating into the air like the wings of a butterfly, soft, shimmering, impossible to resist. Birds paused in their flight to listen. Trees bent their branches closer, swaying in time. Rivers slowed their current, as though unwilling to rush past such beauty. Even the stones, it is said, rolled nearer, resting at his feet as though longing to hear more. Orpheus loved Eurydice, and their love was pure, tender, like a quiet stream flowing beneath the moon. But fate, always watching, took her from him. She was bitten by a serpent, and her life faded like a candle's flame. Orpheus, broken but determined, journeyed into the underworld to find her. Imagine him stepping into the darkness, his lyre glowing softly in his hands, each note echoing through caverns, through shadows, reaching ears that had never known light. Cerberus, the great three-headed hound, lay down calmly at his song. The judges of the dead grew quiet, moved to tears. Even Hades and Persephone, rulers of the underworld, softened their stern gazes. They allowed Eurydice to follow Orpheus back into the world above, but with one condition. He must not look back until they both stood in the light of the sun. Picture them now. Orpheus walking ahead, his steps slow, careful, his music guiding them. Eurydice behind, her presence felt, her footsteps faint. The tunnel stretched long, shadows heavy, but at the far end, light glimmered. Yet, doubt whispered in his heart. Was she truly there? Was she truly following? Just before reaching the surface, fear overcame faith. He turned only for a moment, only for a glimpse, and she faded, her form dissolving into mist, returning to the shadows forever. But even in sorrow, his song did not end. Orpheus's music filled the world, gentle, aching, eternal. And as you rest now, perhaps you can hear faint strings in your mind, soft as a lullaby, carrying you further into calm. Now let us drift across the sea, to the voyage of Jason and the Argonauts. Jason was a prince, but his throne had been stolen. To claim it, he was sent upon an impossible quest to bring back the Golden Fleece. Imagine a ship, the Argo, gliding over calm waters, its sails catching the wind like wings. Upon it, heroes gathered: Heracles, Orpheus, Castor and Pollux, and many more. Together they set forth, their journey long, their trials many. They passed through seas where rocks clashed together, threatening to crush any ship between them. But Jason, guided by patience, waited for the right moment, and the Argo sailed through unharmed. They faced harpies, creatures who tormented an old prophet. But Orpheus's music soothed the air, driving the creatures away. Again and again the voyage tested them, yet together they endured. And at last, Jason reached Colchis, where the fleece shone like sunlight caught in branches, hanging in the shadows of a sacred grove. But a dragon guarded it, vast and coiled, its eyes glowing softly in the dark. Imagine the dragon's breath not as fire, but as a deep rumble, like distant thunder. Jason, aided by Medea, who knew the ways of magic, soothed the beast with potions and spells until its eyes closed, heavy with sleep. Gently he lifted the fleece, its golden threads glowing faintly, warm against his hands. He returned with it, But his story did not end in triumph. For though Jason gained the fleece, he lost love, he lost peace, and his life grew heavy with sorrow. Yet tonight, we do not linger on his sadness. Instead, we picture the Argos sailing home, its mast creaking softly, its crew resting under starlight, the fleece glowing faintly like a lantern in the night. Now, let us pause with Atalanta, the swift-footed maiden who ran faster than any man. She was raised in the wilderness, her spirit free, her body strong, her feet light as the wind. Kings and princes sought her hand, but she refused to be claimed by anyone unworthy. Instead, she declared that she would only marry a man who could defeat her in a race. Imagine her at the starting line, her hair catching the sunlight, her breath steady, her eyes sharp as she waited for the signal. One after another, suitors challenged her, and one after another, they failed, for she was swifter than the breeze. Then came Hippomenes, who knew he could not win by speed alone. With the help of Aphrodite, he carried 3 golden apples, each one gleaming softly. As they ran, Atalanta pulled ahead, her steps light, her form graceful. But Hippomenes tossed a golden apple onto the path. Its glow caught her eye, and she slowed, stooping to pick it up. Again he threw another, and again she paused, her focus wavering. With the third, she lingered just long enough for Hippomenes to cross the finish before her. Some say she was angered, some say she accepted her fate. But in this telling, let us imagine her smiling faintly, holding the golden apples, their weight warm and pleasant in her hands, their glow soft in the twilight. Her story is not one of defeat, but of choice. Of paths shifting, of destiny unfolding like a quiet river. And so, the heroes drift through our minds, not as clashing warriors, but as gentle figures moving through dreams. Orpheus with his lyre, Jason with the fleece, Atalanta with her golden apples. Their stories are threads weaving together into the great tapestry of myth. A tapestry that wraps around us like a blanket, soft and endless. As you rest now, imagine that tapestry. Colors deep, patterns intricate, each thread glowing faintly in the dark. It covers you gently, lulling you into stillness, protecting you, soothing you. The myths, though ancient, remain alive, not as noise, but as whispers, guiding you deeper into sleep. Oedipus, a man born into prophecy. Before his birth, it was foretold that he would kill his father and wed his mother. To escape such fate, his parents abandoned him. But fate is not so easily avoided. Oedipus grew, strong and intelligent, and though he fled from his home, he walked straight into the path destiny had laid for him. He solved the riddle of the Sphinx, saving the city of Thebes, and was welcomed as king. Yet in time, he learned the truth, that the prophecy had come to pass despite all efforts to resist it. But let us not dwell on his pain. Instead, imagine Oedipus at twilight, sitting quietly upon the steps of his palace. The torches flicker softly around him, casting long shadows. He gazes into the distance, beyond the hills, beyond the stars. His story is not one of punishment, but of inevitability, of how sometimes life's rivers flow where they must, no matter how we paddle. And in that stillness he finds acceptance, a soft surrender to the currents of fate. Now let us travel to another mind, sharp and enduring, Odysseus, the clever king of Ithaca. His journey is long, stretched across seas and years, filled with trials both strange and wondrous. But tonight we will not tell them with noise or peril. Instead, we will walk alongside him, as though in a dream, each step measured, each encounter softened into mythic haze. Picture Odysseus on his ship, the sails creaking softly in the breeze, the stars reflecting on the waters like 1,000 lanterns. His crew rests, their breathing steady, and Odysseus gazes ahead, his thoughts steady as well. They pass the island of the Lotus Eaters, where the flowers bloom endlessly, their scent sweet, lulling men into forgetting their homes. But imagine it not as danger, but as a meadow of peace, where for a moment the world seems timeless, untroubled. Then the Cyclops, Polyphemus, huge, one-eyed, fierce in other tellings. But here, let us see him as a lonely giant, sitting by the fire in his cave. His sheep gathered close, the flames flickering across the walls. Odysseus, clever as always, finds a way to leave, guiding his men beneath the sheep, slipping quietly into the dawn. There is no battle, no roar, only the soft shuffle of hooves and the quiet escape into the morning light. The journey continues. They pass the sirens whose songs are said to lure sailors to their doom. But tonight, their song is not dangerous. It is beautiful, serene, like the sound of water droplets falling into a pool, like the hum of a lullaby carried on the wind. Odysseus listens, bound to the mast, his heart stirring. But his ship sails gently onward, the voices fading like echoes in the distance. And then, after long wandering, he returns at last to Ithaca, his homeland. The shores are quiet, the olive trees sway in the breeze, and the air smells of earth and salt. After years of trial, he steps once more upon the soil of home. His wife Penelope has waited faithfully, weaving and unweaving her tapestry. His son Telemachus has grown, yet his heart still longs for his father. They reunite not with noise, but with soft tears, with quiet embraces, with relief like a deep exhale after years of holding breath. Now, let us drift to the great story of the Trojan War. It began with a quarrel among the gods, with a golden apple tossed into their midst, marked for the fairest. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite each claimed it, and Paris, Prince of Troy, was chosen to decide. Imagine him standing in a meadow, the apple glowing softly in his hands, the three goddesses radiant before him. He gives the apple to Aphrodite, who in return promises him the love of Helen, the most beautiful woman in the world. Helen leaves her home in Sparta, and with her departure, war begins. Yet let us not picture the clash of swords or the crash of walls. Instead, imagine the war as a long twilight, a camp of soldiers by the shore, their fires flickering, their voices hushed. The city of Troy stands tall in the distance, its towers silhouetted against the starlit sky. For 10 years the war drags on, not as a storm, but as a heavy fog, thick and endless. Achilles, greatest of warriors, strides across the battlefield in other tellings, fierce and unyielding. But here, let us see him by the sea, sitting upon the sand, his armor set aside, his gaze fixed upon the horizon. He mourns the loss of his friend Patroclus, and though his heart burns, his silence is deeper than any cry. His story is not of rage, but of grief, of love, of the stillness that follows when words cannot reach. And then, the fall of Troy, not with thunder, but with inevitability. The Greeks build a wooden horse, hollow and silent. The Trojans, weary of war, bring it into their city, believing the conflict ended. Imagine the great horse standing in the square, its surface smooth, its shadow long beneath the moon. Inside, soldiers wait, but for now all is still. The city sleeps, its streets quiet, its walls unaware of what dawn will bring. As you rest, imagine yourself walking those streets, lantern in hand, the air warm, the night calm. The walls rise above you, the stars shine faintly, and for this moment, the city is at peace. Even in myths of war, there are moments of silence, of stillness, of breath. And so the tales of Oedipus, of Odysseus, of Troy, flow into your dreams, not as storms, but as streams, quiet and unending. They remind us that even in sorrow, even in struggle, there is beauty, there is calm, there is rest. Our tale tonight resumes with Achilles, the warrior whose name echoes louder than most. Yet we will not raise our voices here. Instead, let us hear his story as though whispered, softened by the winds of time. Achilles was born of a mortal man and a sea goddess, Thetis. She longed to protect her son, dipping him in the river Styx to make his body invulnerable, save for the small place where she held him, his heel. In the long twilight of the Trojan War, Achilles fought bravely, yet his fate was sealed. It was foretold that he would die young, his glory bright but brief. Imagine him walking the shoreline once again, his armor reflecting the starlight, his heart heavy with what he knows. The sea murmurs, the tide ebbs and flows, and even he, great Achilles, cannot change what must come. His death arrives not with shouts, but with silence, an arrow finding the one place unguarded. And so he rests, his story complete, his name eternal. But myths are rivers, they flow onward. From the ashes of Troy rises another tale, the journey of Aeneas, prince of the Trojans. He carries his father upon his back, his young son by his side, as the city burns behind them. Imagine the fire glowing softly in the distance, the night air filled with smoke and stars. They leave not in triumph, but in survival, guided by destiny to wander far and found a new land. Aeneas sails across seas, visits strange shores, and is even drawn into the underworld, where he sees the spirits of the dead and glimpses the future. But tonight, let us not follow the thunder of his journey. Let us imagine instead his moments of rest, the quiet campfires on foreign beaches, the sound of waves breaking gently, his son asleep beside him, his thoughts heavy with both grief and hope. In time, his wanderings lead him to Italy, where his descendants will one day build Rome. The Greek stories become threads woven into new myths, carried forward across lands and centuries. Even in endings, there are beginnings, like dawn that follows night softly, steadily. Now, let us turn away from battles and heroes and wander into the quieter corners of Greek mythology, where smaller stories linger. There is the tale of Echo, a nymph cursed to repeat only the last words spoken to her. Imagine her walking through the forests, her voice carried back to her, never whole, always fragmented. She loved Narcissus, who gazed only at his reflection, unable to look upon her. And so her voice faded, until only whispers remained. Tonight, let us hear her differently, not as sorrow, but as a gentle presence. Imagine the sound of your own breath echoing softly in a cavern, not frightening but comforting, a reminder that you are not alone. And Narcissus, bent over the water, lost in his own reflection. Let us see him not as cruel but as still. The pool is calm, the surface glassy, and there he sits, unmoving, transfixed by beauty. The world falls quiet around him, and the story pauses, like a painting left in eternal twilight. Then there is Orpheus, the musician whose songs could charm stones and rivers. His lyre sang of love so pure that even the trees bent closer to listen. When his beloved Eurydice passed away, he descended into the underworld to bring her back. Hades, god of the dead, allowed it on one condition: that Orpheus must not look back until they reach the surface. Imagine the silence of that journey. The steps echoing softly on stone, Eurydice following behind, her footsteps light, Orpheus's heart pounding with each step. The tunnel stretches long, shadows pressing close, the faint glow of daylight ahead. And then, just before the end, he turns. A glance, a moment, and she fades, drawn back into the shadows. It is a story told with grief. Yet tonight, let us imagine it as stillness, the hush of the underworld, the calm after song. Orpheus lingers there, his lyre quiet, the air heavy with silence. The story does not end in despair, but in memory, the kind that lingers like the last note of a song, fading but never gone. Now let us wander to Psyche, a mortal woman of great beauty, and Eros, the god of love. Their tale begins with trials, with misunderstandings, with separations, but at its heart, it is about trust, about the gentle light between two souls. Imagine Psyche walking through a golden palace, unseen hands serving her, unseen eyes watching. She grows curious, longing to know the face of her beloved. When at last she sees Eros, his wings shimmering, the candlelight flickering upon him, her heart trembles. Though hardship follows, their love endures. In time, Psyche is granted immortality, joining Eros in the realm of the gods. Their union is a reminder that love, though tested, though fragile, can become eternal. And as you drift, let that reminder settle upon you like a soft blanket, that even in myth love is not fire alone, but also warmth, gentleness, peace. The night deepens and the stories flow slower now, like a stream nearing a still pond. The great battles of gods and men soften into whispers, into flickers of torchlight and echoes of song. What remains is not the noise, but the quiet, the spaces between words, the pauses where breath lingers. As you rest, imagine yourself walking through a library of myths, its shelves endless, the air thick with the scent of parchment and candle wax. Scrolls lie waiting, each filled with tales of gods, heroes, and mortals. But you need not read them all tonight. It is enough to know they are there, like stars above, each shining softly, endlessly. And so, the story flows on, weaving gently through your thoughts, until dreams take it and carry it further. Here lives Hades, brother of Zeus and Poseidon, ruler of the hidden realm. He is not cruel, though mortals often imagine him so. He is steady, solemn, watchful, the keeper of souls. Picture him sitting on a throne carved from obsidian, a black crown resting lightly upon his brow. His gaze is calm, his presence silent, a figure of balance rather than chaos. Around him flows the endless river of the departed, their voices soft like whispers of wind in the trees. It is in this world that Persephone, daughter of Demeter, becomes both queen and mystery. Her tale begins in the brightness of the living world, among flowers and fields. One day, while gathering blossoms, the ground opens, and Hades rises in his chariot of shadows, carrying her down into his realm. To many, this story feels like a theft, a sudden sorrow. Yet there is another way to see it tonight, a quiet joining of two worlds, above and below. Persephone eats the seeds of a pomegranate, binding her not fully to one realm or the other. Thus, the cycle of seasons is born. When she ascends, her mother Demeter rejoices, and the earth blooms in spring and summer. When she returns to the underworld, the land falls quiet and winter takes hold. Imagine this as a rhythm, steady and soothing, like the inhale and exhale of breath, growth and rest, warmth and cold, light and shadow, always balanced, always returning. Picture Persephone walking through fields of asphodel, the pale flowers of the underworld, her steps soundless. She does not bring fear, but grace. Souls look upon her as a queen, kind yet distant, her presence gentle as moonlight. And Hades beside her is not a tyrant but a partner, the two of them bound not by noise but by silence. Their story is one of cycles, of balance, of returning again and again to what must be. Now imagine the rivers of the underworld. There are 5, each with its own voice. The Styx, river of oaths, dark and binding, its waters cold as iron. The Lethe, river of forgetfulness where souls drink to release their memories, drifting into peace. The Acheron, river of pain, flowing steadily. Yet its sound is soft here, like a distant stream. The Phlegethon, river of fire, glowing faintly, not raging but shimmering like embers in the dark. And the Cocytus, river of lament, its murmurs fading like the sigh of wind in winter. Together, these rivers weave a lullaby of eternity. Within this realm wanders Charon, the ferryman, carrying souls across the Styx in his small creaking boat. Imagine him, hooded and quiet, his oar dipping steadily into the dark waters. The journey is not frightening, only hushed, as though the boat glides through a dream. Lantern light glows faintly, and the surface of the water ripples gently with each pull of the oar. For those who listen tonight, let us hear not sorrow, but serenity, the kind of silence that comforts and soothes. And there, too, waits Cerberus, the 3-headed hound, guarding the gates. His eyes shine, but his growl is low and steady, like distant thunder. He does not harm those meant to be here. He only keeps the balance, watching, waiting. Imagine him lying down now, all 3 heads resting, the great guardian at peace, breathing slowly. His presence is strong, but his rest is calm. Within the meadows of asphodel, countless souls wander. They are not tormented nor lost, simply existing in quiet. Some sit beneath trees that never wither. Some walk endless paths. Some rest as though in gentle dreams. The underworld is not all shadow. It is a place where time holds still, where souls release their weight and drift in endless ease. And among these souls are heroes, remembered in softer tones tonight. Heracles, who once descended here to capture Cerberus, his strength set aside now in memory. Odysseus, who walked these paths seeking wisdom, his journey a whisper through the halls. Even Orpheus, who sang here once, his notes long gone, yet the memory of music lingering like fragrance in the air. As you imagine this realm, notice how calm it feels. No rush, no noise, only the rhythm of eternity, slow and unbroken. It is a reminder that all things, even the loudest, fall quiet. All stories, even the greatest, find their still point. The underworld is not an ending. It is a pause, a soft exhale in the great cycle of life. And above, in the world of light, Demeter waits for her daughter each year, and when she rises, the earth warms again. Picture the first blooms of spring, the gentle melting of snow, the green shoots pressing through soil. This rhythm mirrors your own breathing, the rise and fall of chest, the endless cycle of night and day. Persephone's journey is not tragedy. It is the story of balance, of rest and return, of the eternal comfort that all things flow and come again. So tonight, as you drift, let yourself imagine both worlds at once, the underworld with its stillness, and the living world with its bloom. One rests, the other awakens, and together they form harmony. Just as you rest now, preparing for the dawn that will follow. The myths of Hades and Persephone remind us, there is no true end, only cycles, only rhythms, only the quiet promise that after stillness, life stirs once more. And with that thought, let your body soften further, as though sinking into the asphodel fields themselves, endless, gentle, pale, and eternal. High above all stands Zeus, the ruler of gods and men, his throne set among clouds, lightning in his grasp. Yet even thunder can sound gentle if you hear it from far away. Imagine sitting at the edge of a meadow on a summer evening, the air warm, the crickets singing while a storm murmurs miles distant. The sky flickers softly, aglow behind drifting clouds. That is Zeus tonight. Not frightening, not harsh, but a presence of power that watches over, steady and distant, like the hum of the universe itself. Beside him sits Hera, his queen. She is often remembered as stern, jealous, and proud. But here, let us see her differently. Imagine Hera walking through marble halls, her robes flowing quietly, her crown glinting like gold touched by candlelight. She is the keeper of marriage, the guardian of vows, the goddess who embodies dignity. Picture her pausing to gaze out across the earth, not with anger, but with care. Her presence feels like still water, deep, calm, unwavering. Poseidon, brother of Zeus, rules the seas. His power is vast, waves rising and falling with his moods. But tonight his oceans are still. Imagine lying near a shoreline, hearing the water lap gently against the rocks, the moonlight stretching silver across the waves. Poseidon's trident rests, his storms quieted. He is not rage tonight, but depth, the endless blue that rocks sailors to sleep, the sound of tides that match the rhythm of your breath. Hestia, often forgotten, deserves her place among them. She is the goddess of the hearth, of fire that warms the home. Her flame is small, but eternal, never raging, always steady. Imagine a hearth glowing in a quiet room, its warmth wrapping around you like a blanket. She is there, unseen but felt. The comfort of home, the peace of familiarity. Then there is Demeter, whom we visited before, mother of Persephone, goddess of harvest. She is the rustle of wheat in summer fields, the golden sway of crops beneath a soft breeze. Imagine yourself walking through tall grain at dusk, fireflies blinking, the air filled with the smell of earth and growth. Demeter is that abundance, that quiet assurance that life continues, nourished and steady. Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategy, is remembered for her battles, her armor, her shield. But tonight, she is not war. Picture her seated by a loom, weaving stories into cloth, each thread glowing faintly, each pattern a piece of knowledge. She is thought itself, the gentle clarity that comes when your mind calms, when confusion softens into understanding. Imagine her owl perched nearby, its feathers ruffling quietly, its golden eyes steady, watching, guarding. Apollo, radiant god of the sun, of music and of healing, often shines brightly. But let us imagine him now at twilight. The sun is low, the sky painted in lavender and gold, his lyre resting in his hands. He strums softly, notes drifting like warm wind through the evening air. He is not the blinding sun, but the gentle warmth that lingers after it sets, the soft light that makes shadows long and evenings tender. His twin sister, Artemis, is the goddess of the hunt, of moonlight, of wild places. She moves silently through forests, her bow resting at her side, her hounds padding softly beside her. Imagine standing in a clearing at night, the moon full, silver beams falling upon the trees. You feel her presence not as fear, but as calm, a reminder that the night is sacred, that darkness holds its own gentle beauty. She is freedom, she is stillness, she is the cool hush of midnight air. Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, is often portrayed as radiant, irresistible, stirring passion wherever she walks. But tonight she is the quiet warmth of affection, the gentle touch of a hand, the softness of laughter shared in low tones. Imagine a rose blooming in moonlight, its petals opening slowly, its fragrance delicate and soothing. She's not desire tonight, but peace, the comfort of knowing love exists in small, quiet ways. Hermes, the swift messenger, the traveler between realms, is often quick and clever, always in motion. Yet imagine him resting now, his winged sandals set aside, his caduceus lying near. He leans against a tree at dusk, listening to the wind in the branches. For once he is not hurrying, not carrying words between gods and men, but simply breathing, simply being. He is the stillness that comes after movement, the rest that follows a long journey. And then there is Hephaestus, the craftsman, the god of fire and forge. His hammer usually strikes, his anvil sings with sparks. But picture his workshop now at night. The fires dim, the tools set aside. The forge glows faintly, casting a warm orange hue. Hephaestus sits nearby, his strong hands resting. The quiet hum of creation paused until morning. His story, so often about labor and strength, tonight becomes about rest, the peace that comes after work well done. One by one, the Olympians gather in your mind's eye, not in conflict, not in storm, but in serenity. Their quarrels and passions fade. What remains is their essence, softened. Zeus is the hum of distant thunder. Hera, the dignity of calm waters. Poseidon, the rhythm of waves. Hestia, the steady warmth of flame. Demeter, the golden rustle of fields. Athena, the clarity of quiet thought. Apollo, the lingering warmth of twilight. Artemis, the hush of moonlit forests. Aphrodite, the fragrance of a blooming rose. Hermes, the stillness after a long road. Hephaestus, the pause of a sleeping forge. Together they do not clash tonight. They sit upon Olympus as though it were not a mountain of power, but a place of quiet stars. The air thin and pure, the night stretching endless around them. Their voices are hushed, their presence gentle. They are not forces of disruption, but guardians of balance. And as you breathe slowly, let their presence surround you, not as noise, but as calm. The gods of Greece, often wild and thunderous, become tonight a lullaby, their myths softened into peace. Imagine first the Muses, daughters of Zeus and Mnemosyne, Memory herself. They are 9, each a keeper of a different art. Calliope, the muse of epic poetry, speaks in voices that carry stories across time. Clio, muse of history, whispers the records of what has passed. Erato inspires love poetry, her voice tender. Euterpe, with her flute, fills the air with melody. Melpomene, muse of tragedy, does not frighten here, but carries sorrow as though it were a soft lullaby, a recognition of the gentle weight of grief. Polyhymnia inspires hymns. Urania guides the stars. Thalia brings comedy, and Terpsichore dances endlessly in slow circles, her steps echoing faintly on the earth. Picture them together on a starlit hill, their voices weaving into one another, soft and endless. They do not demand your attention, but surround you with calm, like the murmur of many streams blending into one river. Their gift is inspiration, but tonight their gift is ease, the reminder that the world is full of art, even in silence. Now let us walk among the nymphs who dwell in forests, rivers, and groves. Imagine a woodland glade, its air fragrant with pine and moss, the ground soft beneath your feet. Here dwell the dryads, tree spirits, their forms slender and still as trunks, their hair flowing like branches swaying in a breeze. They do not move quickly, but with the slow patience of trees, their voices hushed, their presence ancient. Beside the streams, the naiads rest, spirits of fresh water. Picture them sitting upon smooth stones, their toes in the current, their laughter gentle as rippling water. The sound of a brook is their voice, the cool touch of a spring their hand. They do not rush. They simply flow, like water that polishes stone across centuries. By the sea are the Nereids, 50 daughters of Nereus, the old man of the sea. They are companions of Poseidon, but unlike storms, they are calm tides, their hair drifting like seaweed, their eyes reflecting the silver of the moon upon the waves. Imagine them rising slowly from the surf, not frightening, but graceful, their presence blending with the sigh of waves upon sand. Even the mountain nymphs, the Oreads, linger in stillness. They are the quiet strength of peaks, the cool air of high places, the steady endurance of stone. Imagine walking a mountain trail, the path winding upward, the air thinning, until you feel the presence of something vast and unmoving. That is the Oread, patient, timeless. The world of Greek myth is full of such spirits, small gods, daimons, guardians of streams, fields, and homes. They are not grand, but they make the world whole. Every breeze, every glimmer of light, every quiet corner of nature holds one. Their presence reminds us that the world is alive not only in noise but in silence, in the unnoticed, in the subtle. Let us pause with Pan, god of wild places. He is half man, half goat, often remembered with pipes in hand, his music echoing across hills. At times his sudden cry inspired fear, what we call panic. But tonight he is not fear. Tonight he sits upon a rock, his pipe soft, his tune drifting across a meadow at dusk. Sheep graze nearby, bells chiming faintly, and the air is filled with the scent of grass. His wildness is not chaos now, but freedom. The stillness of open spaces where nothing presses, where you may simply exist. And consider Nyx, the goddess of night herself. She is not thunder, not storm, but a shadow vast and gentle. Imagine the sky above, velvet and endless, stars scattered like sparks. Nyx spreads her cloak and all falls quiet beneath it. She is the hush of nightfall, the safety of darkness, the cool comfort of sleep. In Greek thought, even Zeus respected her, for she was older, deeper, eternal. Tonight she watches above, a presence soft and infinite. Hypnos, god of sleep, is her companion. He drifts through the world like mist, touching eyelids gently, drawing minds into dreams. Imagine him moving through a field of poppies, each bloom red and heavy with slumber, his hands brushing lightly across your brow. His gift is not forced but offered, a calm invitation to rest. His twin brother, Thanatos, is death, but not cruel, merely stillness, a final eternal sleep, quiet and unthreatening. And Morpheus, child of Hypnos, comes too, the bringer of dreams. He shapes visions, not always bright, not always clear, but always soft, always woven from the threads of mind. Imagine him painting pictures in the air as you drift, images that rise and fade like clouds. His presence is not sharp, but fluid, the gentle guide into the dream world. The minor gods and spirits, so often overlooked in favor of Zeus or Apollo, weave the texture of Greek myth. They are the sigh of wind, the hush of water, the glow of stars. They do not clamor for attention, they whisper, and if you listen, you hear them. Tonight, they are with us, surrounding us with their quiet. Think of Selene, the moon goddess, driving her chariot across the night sky. She is calm, her silver light spilling across the sleeping earth. Her presence is steady, marking the rhythm of time, her gaze soft upon the world. She passes overhead, her light like a hand upon your shoulder, gentle, cooling. And Eos, her sister, goddess of dawn, waits in the east. Her fingers are rosy, her steps light, and though she has not yet risen, she prepares, ready to wake the day when the time comes. For now the night belongs to Selene and Nyx, to Hypnos and Morpheus, to all who watch and guide your dreams. The world of Greek myth is not only gods and battles. It is this, the quiet, unseen presences that move through every part of life. And as you breathe slowly, you may feel them too. The muses weaving inspiration, the nymphs guarding rivers and trees, the gods of night and sleep drawing you gently toward rest. And so, let yourself imagine lying not in a bed, but in a meadow beneath a star-filled sky. The grass soft, the air cool, the constellations above bright but calm. Around you, unseen, are the spirits of myth, watching, guiding, comforting. They are not loud. They are not harsh. They are soft, endless, eternal. And they carry you slowly, gently, into deeper rest. Story drifts onward, soft as a river winding through hills, and now we arrive at the realm of heroes. These are the mortals touched by gods, men and women whose deeds filled the old songs. Yet tonight, we will not hear them as clashing battles or roaring victories. Instead, we will hear them as whispers, as if the tales were etched upon ancient stone, smoothed by centuries, their edges worn until they sound like lullabies. Let us begin with Heracles, the most famous of Greek heroes, strong beyond measure. His story, in the loud telling, is full of labors, of monsters defeated, of impossible trials. But imagine it instead as a slow journey, each labor another step along a long and weary road. The first labor, the slaying of the Nemean lion, can be pictured not as violence but as endurance. Imagine Heracles walking through a forest at dusk, the shadows long, his breath steady. The lion's hide is impenetrable, yet Heracles does not rush. He closes his arms around the creature, holding it with patience until stillness comes. A test not of fury, but of persistence. Imagine Heracles moving lightly, following footprints, listening to the rustle of leaves until at last the deer rests, and he places a hand upon its flank. It is not violence, but quiet patience. The stables of Augeas, filled with filth, are cleansed not with hands, but with rivers redirected. Imagine the water rushing through, carrying away years of dirt, leaving the air fresh, the stables clear. It is not struggle, but release. In this way, Heracles' story is softened. His strength is not thunder, but a slow, steady current. Yet imagine it not as terror, but as release. Perseus appears above, the wind soft beneath his wings, and with Medusa's head he turns the creature to stone. The sea calms, Andromeda is freed, and the air is filled not with fear, but relief, like a deep sigh after a long day. Theseus, too, the hero of Athens, may be heard not as clamor, but as a tale of gentle resolve. He journeys to Crete to face the Minotaur, half man, half bull, who waits in the winding labyrinth. Imagine the halls of stone, echoing, endless, and Ariadne's thread, a line soft and steady in his hand, guiding him like a candle's glow in darkness. The Minotaur is fearsome, but in our telling, it is only a shadow at the center of the maze. Theseus meets it with calm, his breath even, his movements sure, until the labyrinth itself seems to quiet. He defeats the beast and then follows the thread outward, step by step, back into the light. The story is not frantic, but measured. A walk from confusion into clarity, from darkness into dawn. Even Jason, leader of the Argonauts, His quest for the golden fleece becomes not noise but a long voyage. Picture the Argo, its sails catching wind, the oars dipping in rhythm, each stroke steady. The sea is vast, the horizon endless, the stars above their map. They travel through storms and songs of sirens, yet the journey feels less like struggle and more like drifting guided by unseen hands. At last they find the fleece, golden and soft, hanging in a tree, guarded by a serpent. The moment is not clash, but quiet. Medea, wise and calm, lulls the serpent with her words, her spells weaving like lullabies until its coils loosen. Its head droops and sleep takes it. Jason lifts the fleece gently, as though it were a blanket, and carries it home. And then there is Odysseus, whose story is long and winding, the Odyssey stretching like the sea itself. He sails from Troy, longing for home, for Ithaca, for the hearth where Penelope waits. His adventures may sound loud, cyclopes, sirens, storms, but imagine them instead as waves upon waves, each challenge another swell, another dip. His journey never hurried, always flowing. The Cyclops, Polyphemus, is not remembered here as a roar but as a cave, dark and echoing, with firelight flickering on stone. Odysseus speaks softly, offering wine, guiding events until at last he and his men slip away, their steps quiet as shadows. The sirens sing, their voices beautiful, but Odysseus, lashed to the mast, listens without fear. The sea carries them onward, their ship steady, the danger passing like a dream that fades with morning light. And when he at last reaches Ithaca, it is not with noise but with relief. His journey complete, his steps at last upon familiar ground. The fire on his hearth burns quietly, his wife's loom clicks softly, and his home, after so long, is rest. The heroes of Greek myth, though often remembered in thunder, may be retold as whispers. Their strength is not frantic, but steady. Their journeys are not storms, but tides, carrying them ever forward, until they, like us, find rest at last. And as you listen, you may feel your own breath slow, like the oars of the Argo, steady and calm. You may feel your thoughts quiet, like Theseus following the thread. You may feel the weight lift, like Andromeda freed from her chains. For in these softened tales, the heart of myth is not conquest, but peace. And so, the heroes step back into shadow, their voices fading like distant waves, their stories lingering like dreams. Our story continues, flowing like a slow river beneath moonlight. And now we come to the myths of sorrow, the tales that often carry weight and sadness. Yet tonight, we will let them drift into gentleness. These are stories that remind us of the fragility of life, but retold as if they were tender sighs, soft as the breeze across an open meadow. Let us begin with Orpheus, the musician, whose lyre could charm even stones and rivers. His music was said to soften the hardest hearts, and when his beloved Eurydice was lost to death, he journeyed into the underworld to bring her back. In the loud telling, this tale ends in tragedy. Orpheus looks back too soon, and Eurydice fades away forever. But in our quiet retelling, we imagine the underworld not as terror, but as shadowed peace. The rivers flow slowly, their waters dark yet calm, and the shades wander like drifting smoke. Orpheus plays his lyre, and the notes rise like silver threads in the still air, weaving through the cavern halls, softening the silence. Hades and Persephone, rulers of the underworld, pause in their duties to listen. His music is not a demand, not a command, but a plea sung gently, each note a whisper of love. They grant his wish, and Eurydice walks behind him, her steps silent, her presence like a breath of wind. When he turns too soon in our gentle telling, it is not a cruel punishment, but a reminder of how delicate hope can be. Eurydice does not vanish in pain, but drifts away softly, like mist at dawn, leaving behind only the memory of love, a memory that lingers, soothing rather than shattering. Next comes the tale of Oedipus, a story of riddles and fate, often told with heaviness and sorrow. But here, it becomes a meditation on the winding paths of life. Oedipus was fated, so the stories say, to kill his father and marry his mother, though he knew it not. His steps were guided by oracles and chance, his choices shadowed by destiny. In the loud telling, the story is harsh, tragic, filled with blindness and grief. But tonight, imagine it differently. Imagine Oedipus as a traveler on a road at dusk, the air cool, the path stretching endlessly ahead. He cannot see what lies before him, nor what lies behind, but still he walks, steady and calm. The Sphinx appears, a creature of riddles, but even her challenge becomes not a battle of wits but a quiet puzzle, a question posed in the stillness of the desert air. His answer comes not from pride, but from thoughtfulness, and she fades into the sand, her presence passing like a dream. And though his fate is heavy, it rests upon him softly in this retelling. His blindness is not a punishment, but a closing of eyes to a world too tangled with pain. He becomes instead a wanderer in silence, listening to the sound of his staff upon the earth. Each step a quiet meditation, each breath a release. His life, though sorrowful, becomes a lesson in humility, in the acceptance of what cannot be changed. Then there is Icarus, the boy who flew too close to the sun. His father, Daedalus, crafted wings of feathers and wax, and together they soared into the sky. In most tellings, Icarus falls, the wax melting, the sea claiming him. But in our soft version, the flight itself is the story, not the fall. Imagine the air rushing cool against his face, the feathers trembling with each gust of wind. The world below grows small. The sea glitters like glass, the islands dot the horizon. For a time he is free, unburdened, lifted into the open sky. His joy is pure, his laughter carried by the breeze. And when he does descend, when the wings falter, imagine the sea not as cruel, but as a cradle. The water receives him gently, the waves folding around him like a blanket, carrying him into a sleep as deep as the sky itself. In this way, even sorrow becomes soft. The tragedies of myth, retold in whispers, are no longer weights but reminders. They remind us that love is fragile, that fate is winding, that freedom is fleeting. Yet each of these truths is not sharp but smooth, like a stone polished by water. Another story drifts in, the tale of Narcissus, who gazed into the water and fell in love with his own reflection. Often told as a warning, it can instead be imagined as stillness. Picture a pool of water, calm as glass, the trees above reflected in its surface. Narcissus bends to drink and sees not vanity, but a moment of peace. His own face gazes back, serene, familiar, and he lingers, lost not in arrogance but in quiet wonder. The pool becomes a mirror of calm, and when he fades, he does so like a flower folding its petals at dusk, returning to the earth in silence. Or consider Phaethon, the son of Helios, who begged to drive the sun chariot across the sky. His hands could not control the fiery horses, and the earth burned beneath him. But here, let us soften it. Imagine instead a sunrise, slow and gentle, the sky warming by degrees. Phaethon takes the reins, his eyes wide with awe, and for a moment he holds the day in his hands. When the chariot slips from his grasp, the sun still rises. Narcissus gazes, not with pride but with calm recognition, his reflection a companion. And Phaethon rests among the colors of sunrise, his brief moment of glory now part of the eternal day. As you listen, perhaps your own breath slows further, perhaps your thoughts settle, like Narcissus at the water's edge. For the sorrow of myth, retold in this softened way, does not weigh upon you, but instead lifts away the need to struggle. It reminds you that all things pass, that even grief is fleeting, and that beyond each ending there is rest. Our story carries us softly now into one of the greatest epics ever told, the Trojan War. Often remembered for its battles, its heroes, its burning city, but tonight we will listen to it as if it were only the rolling of distant waves, as if the clash of swords were softened into echoes, fading like thunder far across the horizon. The war begins not with soldiers, but with a single moment, an apple, golden and shining, tossed into a gathering of goddesses. Inscribed upon it were the words to the fairest, and Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite each desired it. Their dispute was not loud but quiet, like three breezes moving in different directions. They sought a judge, and so they turned to Paris, a prince of Troy. Imagine Paris not as a bold warrior, but as a thoughtful shepherd sitting on a hillside, the grass swaying gently, the sheep grazing nearby. Each goddess offered him a gift, power, wisdom, or love. And in the hush of the hillside, Paris chose Aphrodite, who promised him Helen, the most beautiful woman in the world. The choice was not made with clamor, but with a whisper, and yet it set in motion the great story to come. Helen was the wife of Menelaus, king of Sparta. Yet when Paris came, she departed with him to Troy. The poets say it was love or perhaps destiny, but tonight imagine it as a quiet decision, as though Helen, gazing at the sea, heard a call from far away and followed it, her footsteps soft upon the sand. The Greeks gathered their ships to bring her back, 1,000 sails rising like white petals upon the sea. The journey to Troy was long, the oars dipping in rhythm, the waves rocking the ships gently, the horizon stretching endless before them. The war that followed lasted 10 years, yet in this telling it is less a clash and more a slow passage of time, each year drifting into the next like the seasons. Achilles, greatest of the warriors, is remembered for his wrath, his speed, his bright armor. But picture him instead at the shore, sitting by the sea, listening to the tide. He knows his fate, that his life will be short, yet his name long remembered. And so he lingers often, gazing at the waves, as if trying to catch some piece of eternity in their endless motion. Hector, Prince of Troy, his equal in courage, is often remembered in battle, his spear flashing, his chariot wheels turning. Yet imagine him not on the field but in the quiet moments at home, cradling his son, speaking softly to his wife, Andromache. His heart is heavy but his voice is gentle, as though he wishes to give them comfort that will last beyond his own life. When the two meet at last outside the walls of Troy, their duel is fierce in song, but here it is softened. The air is still. The city waits in silence. The two men circle slowly, their breaths steady, their movements like dancers in a measured rhythm. When Achilles strikes Hector down, it is not fury, but inevitability, like the setting of the sun at day's end. Helen, the cause of it all, walks upon the walls of Troy, gazing down at the battle below. Yet in our telling she is quiet, her presence like a shadow, her beauty no longer a spark of strife but a gentle flame flickering in the wind. She is less a prize than a dream, a figure caught between worlds, watching as events unfold beyond her power. And then comes the trick that ends the war, the Trojan horse. The Greeks, weary of years of waiting, build a great wooden horse, hollow within, and leave it at the gates. The Trojans, believing it a gift, bring it into their city. By night, the Greeks emerge, and Troy burns. But here, even this is quiet. Imagine the fire not as roaring, but as embers spreading slowly through the streets, the smoke rising like sighs into the night. The voices of the Trojans fade into the distance, until only silence remains and the city becomes a memory. The war, though vast in scope, is softened in this retelling into a story of choices, of patience, of inevitability. Paris choosing upon the hillside, Helen gazing at the sea, Achilles by the shore, Hector with his child, Odysseus crafting the horse. Each step is small, yet each flows into the next until at last the story rests in stillness. And when the war is done, the heroes return, or try to. Odysseus' journey we have already touched upon, his wandering across the seas, each island another dream, another pause. Menelaus too journeys, finding Helen again, not in anger but in acceptance. Their story resuming like a thread picked up after many years. The Trojan War, remembered as thunder, is here a slow tide. Its heroes are not shouting but whispering. Its battles are not clashing but fading. Its end is not triumph but release. And so, as we let this story settle, you may feel yourself sinking deeper into calm. Perhaps you imagine the 1,000 ships upon the sea, their sails catching the wind, their oars moving in rhythm, carrying you gently across endless waters. Perhaps you hear the quiet voice of Helen upon the walls, or the steady breath of Hector holding his child. Perhaps you see the embers of Troy rising into the night, drifting like fireflies into the darkness. The war is done, and peace returns, as all storms fade at last. Our story softens again, for the echoes of the Trojan War fade into the background like waves retreating from the shore, leaving behind only quiet sands. And in that calm, the gods once more step into view, not with thunder or lightning, but with subtle touches, with breezes and murmurs that shape the world in gentler ways. Athena, goddess of wisdom, emerges first. In the heat of war, she had been strategist, guiding clever Odysseus and steadying brave warriors. But now, after the war, picture her seated in a still hall of marble, the air cool, the torches flickering faintly. She is weaving, as goddesses often do, the threads of thought and invention. Each thread glimmers faintly in her loom, golden strands of wisdom that will guide mortals in peace, just as much as they had in war. Her wisdom is not thunderous revelation, but quiet understanding. She whispers ideas into the ears of philosophers as they sit beneath olive trees, their wax tablets resting upon their knees. She places steady hands upon the shoulders of builders raising new cities, guiding them to balance strength with beauty. Her wisdom is the voice that comes in silence, the calm realization after long pondering, like the sudden clarity of stars appearing one by one in the evening sky. Then there is Poseidon, brother of Zeus, god of the sea. In the clamor of myth, he is stormy, his trident striking waves into fury. But tonight, imagine him as the sea in its gentlest mood. The tide laps steadily at the shore, a rhythm as old as the earth itself. His power is vast, yet here it is not destruction, but endurance. Sailors pray to him not in fear, but in respect. They feel his presence when the wind fills their sails just enough, when the waves cradle their ships, when the horizon opens calm before them. Poseidon is in every droplet of salt spray, every shifting current, his hand steady beneath the surface. Even when storms do come, in this softened telling, they are not rage but reminders that the sea is alive, breathing, vast, and eternal. Apollo follows, radiant and serene. He is the god of the sun, of music, of prophecy. His chariot pulls the light across the sky, yet we may picture it not as a blaze, but as the daily unfolding of dawn, slow and sure. The first hint of gold upon the horizon, the spreading warmth upon the hills, the steady climb of the sun into the heavens. This is Apollo's gift, not rushed, not thunderous, but as certain as a heartbeat. When Apollo plays his lyre, the notes fall like drops of water, clear and delicate. The sound echoes through groves and temples, calming those who listen. His music is not frenzy, but order, harmony, balance. It soothes the mind, it stills the heart, it guides the restless into sleep. And when he speaks prophecy through his oracles, the words are often riddling, yet always gentle, as though he is encouraging mortals not to grasp too tightly, but to reflect, to wait, to allow understanding to come in its own time. Artemis, his twin, goddess of the hunt and the moon, walks silently through the forests. Her bow is light in her hand, her feet leave no mark upon the ground. By day she is wild, but by night she is the moon itself, silver light falling upon sleeping fields, upon the backs of deer, upon the rooftops of villages. She is guardian of the young, comforter of the vulnerable. Her presence is felt in the cool of night air, in the soft glow that spills through windows, in the peace that settles over the world as the day closes. Hephaestus, the smith, works in his forge, yet the ringing of his hammer is softened into rhythm, like a heartbeat, steady and sure. Sparks fly, but they drift like fireflies into the darkness, glowing gently before fading. He creates tools, weapons, and wonders. But in this telling, each creation feels like an offering of care. shaped not only from fire but from patience. His craft is devotion, and his forge is not a place of noise, but of focus, of calm effort repeated until perfection takes form. Aphrodite drifts among mortals too, but here her presence is not sudden passion or overwhelming desire, but the quiet bonds that grow between hearts. She is the warmth of a hand held in silence, the glance across a crowded room that lingers softly, the memory of a loved one when the day has been long. Her love is not fire but ember, glowing gently, never extinguished, a comfort rather than a blaze. Hermes, the messenger, flits lightly, yet even he may be seen in softer light. His steps are quick but not hurried. His staff glimmers faintly as he guides travelers, as he whispers inspiration to poets, as he carries souls to the underworld. His presence is felt like the brush of wind on your cheek as you walk, a reminder that movement itself can be calm, that every journey has a rhythm, and that no step is wasted. Even Hades, often thought dark and stern, may be softened here. His realm beneath the earth is not cruel, but inevitable, a place where the souls of mortals drift like leaves upon water. The air is cool, the rivers flow slowly, the fields of asphodel spread endlessly. It is not torment, but rest, a quiet continuation where the noise of life fades away. Persephone, his queen, moves through those fields like spring itself, her touch bringing faint blossoms even to shadow. Together they rule not with cruelty, but with balance, a reminder that even endings are part of the great cycle. And above them all, Zeus sits upon Olympus, his thunderbolt set aside for this quiet telling. He is no longer the booming king, but a figure seated upon a great throne of cloud, gazing across the world. The lightning sleeps at his side, and his presence is not wrath, but calm oversight, like the sky itself watching over the earth below. The gods in their fullness are vast and powerful, yet here, tonight, they are softened, their grandeur shaped into whispers, their power felt not in storms, but in stillness. Each of them touches the world, not loudly, but quietly, through wisdom, through waves, through music, through moonlight, through the slow turning of the day and night. And as you listen, you may find yourself drifting further inward, as though Olympus itself were not high above, but resting within your own heart, each god a voice of calm within you. Athena as thoughtfulness, Poseidon as endurance, Apollo as clarity, Artemis as peace, Hephaestus as patience, Aphrodite as warmth, Hermes as guidance, Hades and Persephone as rest, Zeus as quiet strength. The myths remind us, even when softened, that the divine is not always distant thunder, but often the small, quiet moments we feel every day. The hush before dawn, the sigh of waves, the glow of firelight, the touch of a hand, the breath before sleep. And so the gods, too, fade gently into the background, their voices like breezes, their presence like starlight, always there, always calm, always watching. Our story today continues in the gentle hush that follows the age of gods and heroes. The air is calm, as though the thunder and clamor of divine tales have softened into echoes. It is in this twilight of myth that mortals take the stage more fully, their stories carrying forward the weight of the past. Imagine, if you will, the quiet of an ancient Greek hillside at dusk. Olive trees stretch in rows, their leaves shimmering faintly in the evening breeze. Sheep graze slowly, bells clinking softly, and the horizon glows with the last warmth of the sun. In such landscapes, mortals would gather by firelight to retell the myths, not as booming declarations, but as stories to lull children to sleep, to guide hearts into dreams. Among the fading tales are those of the heroes after the Trojan War. Odysseus, the clever wanderer, sails homeward. His journey is long, not because of storms alone, but because the gods wish to test his endurance. Yet as we tell it now, each of his stops feels less like peril and more like meditation. The island of Calypso is not a trap, but a pause, a long exhale in the embrace of stillness. The land of the lotus eaters is not danger, but the sweetness of forgetting, the way one drifts into dreams and loses track of time. Even the great Cyclops feels less monstrous, more like an obstacle in a dream that fades when morning comes. And so Odysseus, after many nights and days, finally returns to Ithaca, his home. Picture him stepping onto the familiar shore, the waves kissing the sand as though welcoming him back. His trials are behind him, and the weary wanderer is at last allowed to rest. Elsewhere, other heroes fade into quiet endings. Menelaus, king of Sparta, lives out his days not in war but in peace. His halls warmed by firelight, Helen beside him, their story no longer scandalous but softened by time. The great Ajax, who fell in sorrow, drifts among the shades of the underworld, no longer in anguish but resting in endless fields of asphodel. And Achilles, that brightest of warriors, who had burned so quickly and fiercely, rests too, his anger and grief dissolved in the still waters of Hades' realm. His tale, once sung with clashing shields and the roar of battle, is now only a gentle whisper that even the strongest flame must someday settle into embers. The age of heroes passes, as every age must, and with it, the myths shift. They become less about the thunder of Zeus or the cunning of Odysseus, and more about the lessons whispered within them. Farmers tilling the earth look to Demeter not as a goddess of grand miracles, but as the quiet cycle of planting and harvest. Sailors glance to the horizon and feel Poseidon's hand not as rage, but as rhythm. Lovers invoke Aphrodite not with shouts, but with the quiet vow of devotion. In this way, mythology itself begins to change. It moves from the grand to the small, from the loud to the soft. It becomes part of daily life, woven into routines like threads in a garment. A traveler ties a knot for Hermes before setting out. A maiden whispers to Artemis beneath the moon. A craftsman offers a sliver of his work to Hephaestus before beginning anew. Each act is quiet, tender, almost unnoticed. But it is in these small rituals that myth truly lived. Over time, as centuries pass, the stories begin to blur with history. Kings who may have been real are remembered as heroes. Events that may have happened are embroidered with the touch of gods. Myths fold into memory, and memory folds into myth. Like waves smoothing stones upon a shore, the details are worn down, softened, until only the shape of the tale remains. And then comes philosophy. Imagine Athens in its height, the air warm, the stones of the Acropolis gleaming white against the sky. Here, men gather not to retell the myths exactly, but to ponder their meaning. Socrates asks questions beneath the olive trees. Plato sets thoughts into dialogues. Aristotle observes and categorizes, tracing patterns in nature. Yet even in their searching, the old myths linger. The philosophers may speak of reason and logic, but in the quiet of their minds, they carry the images of Zeus and Athena, of Apollo and Dionysus. For myths were not discarded, only softened into symbols. Zeus became order, Athena wisdom, Apollo reason, Dionysus passion. The gods did not vanish, they transformed, flowing like water into the vessels of thought and culture. And as the world changes again, as empires rise and fall, the myths continue to drift. They are no longer worshipped in temples, but they are not forgotten. Poets retell them, sculptors carve them into marble, playwrights breathe them into life upon the stage. And even as centuries stretch onward, the myths wait quietly, like stars hidden by the brightness of day, ready to be seen again when darkness falls. Perhaps in this very moment as you lie listening, you feel yourself part of that long tradition. The stories of gods and heroes are no longer shouted in crowded amphitheaters, but whispered softly here, through voice and breath, meant not to rouse but to soothe. And in that way they are more alive than ever. For myth at its heart is not thunder and battle, but the gentle reminder that human beings have always looked for meaning. In the stars, in the sea, in the harvest, in love. The myths are mirrors, and when we tell them, even in hushed tones, we are reminding ourselves of who we are. So now the myths begin to dim, like a hearth fire at the end of the night. The logs are embers, the air is warm, the crackle is faint, but steady. Outside, the night stretches vast and calm, the moon shining with Artemis's grace. The stars pricked across the heavens like the sparks of Hephaestus's forge. The gods linger in all of it, quiet presences watching, waiting, eternal. And you too may drift with them now into that quiet space where story becomes dream, and dream becomes sleep. Let the myths fold softly around you, like a blanket woven of starlight and ancient voices. Let the echoes of Zeus, Athena, Apollo, and all the rest dissolve into the hush of night. The story does not end. It only rests, waiting for another dawn, another telling, another listener ready to drift with it into stillness. So breathe slowly now. Let your thoughts settle like sand sinking to the bottom of a clear pool. Let your body feel as though it too is part of these myths, resting among gods and heroes in eternal calm. For tonight, the story of Greek mythology is not thunder or fire. It is only quiet breath, only steady rhythm, only a gentle lullaby from ages long past. Our story now eases forward into the twilight of myth, when gods and heroes begin to fade into history, leaving behind only whispers and symbols. The world of Greece slowly changes, its cities growing, its people turning their thoughts from temples to theaters, from sacrifices to stories, from altars to philosophy. Yet the myths do not vanish. They linger, like embers glowing faintly at the edges of the hearth long after the fire has burned low. Imagine, if you will, an ancient Greek theater at dusk. The stone seats are cool beneath the stars. The air is alive with the faint scent of pine carried down from the hills. A hush falls as actors step into the circle of light, masked and robed, their voices rising not in anger but in cadence, measured and rhythmic. The tragedies of Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, each of them retells the myths, yet softened into lessons, into reflections on fate, on choice, on the fragility of human life. The audience listens not with clamor but with silence. The myths are not shouted but echoed, their meaning lingering like the hum of a lyre string long after it has been plucked. And so, even in performance, the myths are lullabies, gentle reminders that life is fleeting, that the gods are watching, that destiny flows like water toward the sea. Beyond the theater, the philosophers carry the myths into thought. Plato speaks of the soul's journey, wrapping his ideas in imagery of winged chariots and divine recollection. Aristotle traces the essence of tragedy itself, explaining why the old stories touch the heart so deeply. Even as they reason and explain, they know that myth is not a lie, but another way of seeing truth, a truth woven into dream and symbol. As centuries drift by, the myths spread beyond Greece. The Romans, rising in their power, look to Greece with admiration. They take the gods, give them new names. Zeus becomes Jupiter. Hera becomes Juno. Aphrodite becomes Venus. Yet beneath the new names, the same spirits remain, moving quietly across time. Picture a Roman villa at night, a fountain murmuring in the courtyard, the stars overhead gleaming like scattered pearls. A Roman poet, perhaps Ovid, leans by lamplight, writing gently of transformations, men into trees, women into birds, gods into streams of light. His metamorphoses gathers the myths into one long flowing tapestry, weaving them together like a dream that never ends, one image dissolving into the next, as though the entire world were a single soft story changing shape. In this way, Greek mythology becomes not just a memory, but a current flowing beneath all of Western thought. It moves through Roman poets, through medieval scribes, through Renaissance painters. Artists dip their brushes into its colors, sculptors shape its marble forms, musicians set it to song. And yet, in all these forms, the myths remain gentle. They are not relics, but companions, resting quietly beside humanity as it grows and changes. Even now, if you gaze at the night sky, you see them still. Constellations are stitched across the heavens. Orion with his belt, Perseus with his blade, Andromeda chained, Cassiopeia seated upon her throne. Each star is a reminder, a quiet sparkle of story that has traveled across thousands of years and still shines above you tonight. The ancients looked at those same stars, telling their children the same tales, and now you hear them whispered once again as you drift towards sleep. The myths have survived not because they were loud, but because they were patient. They waited gently, through centuries of change, carried in libraries, spoken in lullabies, carved in stone, painted in fresco. They did not demand to be remembered. They simply lingered, like the fragrance of flowers long after they have fallen. And in this patience they gained something more. They became timeless. When you hear of Zeus, of Athena, of Apollo, you do not hear only of Greece. You hear of humanity itself, of the longing for meaning, for beauty, for guidance. The myths are less about the gods than about the people who dreamed them, who needed them, who shared them by firelight. And so now, in this quiet moment as you breathe slowly and let your body sink deeper into stillness, you are part of that same long tradition. You are listening as they once did, not to the clash of heroes, but to the soft retelling, the gentle rhythm of words meant to soothe the mind and settle the heart. Imagine yourself now on the shore of the Aegean Sea. The night is calm, the waves lap gently at the sand. The moonlight stretches in silver ripples across the water. Far in the distance, an island lies like a shadow. Perhaps Crete, perhaps Delos, perhaps only a dream. The air is warm, the stars overhead bright. This is the same sea where Odysseus once sailed, where Theseus once guided his ship, where countless myths once unfolded. Yet tonight it is not stormy, not perilous. It is peaceful, eternal, holding you safely in its embrace. You may hear the whisper of the reeds along the shore, the faint call of an owl in the distance, Athena's bird watching over the night. The constellations twinkle above, and you feel as though you too are part of the story, part of the great fabric woven across ages. The myths are no longer something you listen to. They are something you are inside of, wrapped in, carried along with. And now, the story grows softer still. The gods are fading into memory. Their temples are falling into ruin. Their names are becoming poetry rather than prayer. Yet even in this fading there is no loss, for the myths have done their work. They have comforted, explained, inspired. They have filled the nights with wonder and the days with meaning. And now, like a lullaby at the end of the night, they settle into silence. But silence, too, is part of the myth. Silence is the space where stories rest, waiting to be told again. Silence is the pause between breaths, between heartbeats, between waves upon the shore. And so, as you drift into that silence yourself, the myths drift with you, holding you gently in their ancient arms. So breathe deeply now. Let the story fade, as a dream fades when morning comes. Let your body feel light, as though floating upon the sea. Let your thoughts grow quiet, as though sinking into soft sand beneath the water. Let the myths be your companions, not in waking but in sleep, where they have always truly belonged. And so, dear listener, the myths begin to dissolve into memory, like mist lifting from the hills at dawn. Their outlines are softer now, their edges blurred. The gods who once strode across mountains and seas are no longer figures of command, but gentle presences woven into the fabric of nature itself. Zeus, once the thunderer, is now felt in the roll of distant clouds, a sound that comforts more than frightens. Hera, the queen of Olympus, is present in the bonds of families, the gentle vows that keep lives tied together. Athena, ever wise, is no longer a warrior on the battlefield, but the quiet thought that comes when you face a choice and feel clarity arrive. Apollo, god of music, is heard in every quiet melody, every ripple of notes that drifts from harp or flute. Artemis, the huntress, is the hush of the forest at night, the silver of the moon's glow through the trees. Dionysus, the god of joy, is not a frenzy but a soft laughter shared between friends, or the warmth of wine easing the heart at evening. They are no longer gods sitting on high thrones, but feelings, whispers, reminders that accompany life without ever demanding to be seen. As temples crumble into ruins, covered in ivy and kissed by the wind, the myths do not die. Instead, they become eternal companions of nature and the human spirit. Travelers passing those ruins feel a hush come over them, a reverence, as though the stones themselves remember the voices of prayers long past. And in that stillness, the myths remain alive. Picture yourself walking along one such ruin. The columns stand tall though broken, their marble glowing faintly in moonlight. The air smells of time and earth. The cicadas hum in the distance. You pause among the stones, and you feel the weight of centuries press gently upon you, not as a burden, but as a blanket. These stones, this silence, this soft wind, they carry the myths within them. You are not alone. You are surrounded by echoes, by presences, by the patience of eternity. And the myths, though quiet now, continue their journey. They drift across the seas, carried into new lands. They become symbols for artists who carve them into marble once more. For painters who brush them onto canvases. For poets who wrap them into verses. Artists gazing at broken statues and breathing life into marble once again. In that moment, the myths awaken softly, their voices carried into a new age. Botticelli paints Venus rising from the sea, not with thunder or command, but with grace, her shell carrying her as gently as a cradle. Michelangelo carves gods into stone, their forms eternal, their presence serene. The myths stretch, they stir, they find new breath. And yet, even in this revival, they are calm. They are not worshipped with offerings, but admired, contemplated, woven into the story of human creativity. The gods and heroes are not rulers now, but muses, inspiring dreams, guiding hands, whispering ideas. They become part of the quiet hum of imagination, the spark that lingers in the heart long after a story is heard. And so we see how myths are not bound to one place or time. They drift, they soften, they change. They are as fluid as water, as enduring as stone, as gentle as air. They adapt to those who listen, shaping themselves to comfort, to teach, to inspire. Even now, as you lie here, eyes heavy, body calm, you are part of this unbroken chain. You are listening to myths that have been told for thousands of years, not in the roar of temples, but in the hush of the night. You are carrying them forward, holding them in your mind as you drift towards sleep, and in doing so, you become part of their story too. Perhaps in your dreams you will walk among them. You may find yourself upon Mount Olympus, but it will not be filled with thunder and flame. It will be quiet, the marble halls glowing softly, the gods seated in serenity. You may see Athena reading by a lamplight, Apollo plucking a lyre beneath the stars, Aphrodite wandering among blooming roses. They will not demand anything of you. They will simply be there, companions in your dream, watching with kindness. Or perhaps you will find yourself sailing the Aegean Sea. The waters will be calm, the sails filled with a steady breeze. Dolphins may rise and leap beside you, their motions smooth and joyful. Islands will drift past, each one a story waiting to be told. And as the waves carry you onward, you will feel weightless, unhurried, timeless. Or perhaps you will dream of walking through a quiet forest. Artemis's presence in the hush between trees, the moonlight dappling the ground, the air cool and fragrant with pine. An owl calls softly overhead, and the path beneath your feet winds gently onward, carrying you deeper into calm. Wherever you dream, the myths will be there, not as noise but as whispers, not as commands but as companions. They are eternal because they are gentle, because they move like the air itself, unseen yet essential. And so, as the myths dissolve into this final hush, you may let yourself dissolve into rest. The gods are not gone. They are with you, in your breath, in your heartbeat, in the stillness that surrounds you. The heroes are not gone. They are resting, like you, in fields of asphodel in the embrace of night. The stories are not finished. They are simply pausing, waiting for you to return to them another time. So breathe slowly now. Let the myths sink softly into your dreams, like stones sinking into clear water. Let your body feel lighter, as though carried on gentle waves. Let your mind grow still, like the ruins at dusk, the cicadas humming, the stars above unchanging. You are safe, you are calm, you are surrounded by eternity. And in that eternity, Greek mythology rests, not as thunder, not as storm, not as command, but as a lullaby, ancient and endless, meant to carry you into sleep. Now, as our journey through Greek mythology approaches its softest silence, the myths themselves begin to transform into something dreamlike, more feeling than story, more presence than words. It is as though the gods, the heroes, the epics, and the tragedies have all gently stepped aside, leaving behind only their essence, the quiet fragrance of a memory, the shimmer of starlight in the mind. Picture yourself lying on a hillside in ancient Greece, though the night around you feels timeless. The grass is soft beneath you, the sky vast above, stars scattered like silver dust. The constellations glow faintly, each one carrying a story you have already heard. Orion with his bow, Cassiopeia upon her throne, Perseus with his sword. Yet tonight they do not speak of battles or quests. Tonight they are only lights, steady and calm, keeping you company as your breath slows. The myths are still here, but they no longer ask to be remembered in detail. They only wish to hold you gently, like the embrace of night itself. Zeus is in the rhythm of distant thunder, faint and comforting. Poseidon is in the steady pull of the tide, rocking you softly as though upon a cradle of water. Hades is not fear, but stillness, the deep quiet beneath the surface of things. Athena is the clarity you feel when your thoughts dissolve into peace. Apollo is the faint hum of harmony within your breath. Artemis is the glow of the moon across your skin. Aphrodite is the warmth of your heart as you settle into calm. All of them are present, but softer now, their shapes blurred, their names like whispers. They are not figures above you, they are within you. Threads of calm woven into your body, into your thoughts, into your dreams. Imagine now that you begin to drift, not walking, not sailing, but simply floating. The myths themselves are the sea, and you are carried effortlessly across them. Beneath you, the stories are like coral reefs, bright, intricate, filled with life. But from where you drift, they appear as a single vast mosaic, one image blending into another, endless and gentle. You pass above the ruins of Troy, though they are only shadows now, softened by time. You drift above Olympus, though its peaks are blurred into clouds. The thrones of the gods empty, their presence now the wind itself. You float above the seas where Odysseus wandered, though they are calm and still tonight. Each island simply a dark shape resting peacefully. You pass over fields of asphodel where the heroes rest, and they do not rise to fight or to speak. They simply sleep, eternal and undisturbed. The myths are no longer stories being told. They are a landscape, a dreamscape, holding you as you drift deeper into stillness. The soundscape is hushed, the lapping of waves, the sighing of wind through olive trees, the faint chorus of cicadas, the occasional hoot of an owl. All of these blend together, a lullaby without words, carrying you into softness. And in this dreamlike place, the myths become yours. They are no longer something outside you to be heard or learned. They flow into you, becoming your breath, your heartbeat, your stillness. You carry them, not as memory, but as presence. Now picture yourself entering a great temple, though it feels more like a dream than a structure. Its columns rise high, their tops lost in mist. The marble glows faintly with moonlight, but there are no torches, no worshippers, no noise. You walk slowly along the stone floor, and the sound of your footsteps is soft, fading into the vastness. At the center is not an altar, but a pool of water. The surface is perfectly still, reflecting the stars above. You lean closer, and as you look into it, you see not your reflection, but all of the myths at once. Zeus with his thunderbolt, Athena with her spear, Apollo with his lyre, Aphrodite rising from the sea, Hermes with his winged sandals, Hades with his crown, Demeter with her wheat, Dionysus with his vines. They do not move. They do not speak. They are only images, glowing faintly in the water, as calm as statues. And as you gaze, the images begin to dissolve, merging with one another, until there is nothing left but a soft shimmer, like moonlight rippling upon the surface. The myths return to where they began. Light, silence, eternity. You close your eyes and the temple fades. The pool fades. The stars fade. And all that remains is breath, steady and calm. This is where the myths have always wished to bring you. Not to noise, not to clamor, but to peace. Not to battles, but to stillness. Not to fear, but to rest. They are lullabies dressed as stories, meant to quiet the heart as much as to inspire the mind. So now let them lull you. Let them carry you, feel your body growing heavier, as though sinking into the earth. Feel your mind growing lighter, as though floating into the sky. You are between both, supported and free. Perhaps in your sleep you will dream again of the gods and heroes. Perhaps you will see Achilles by the shore, Hector with his child, Odysseus upon his ship. But they will not shout or fight. They will sit quietly as you sit, gazing at the horizon, at the stars, at the endless sea. They are at peace, and so are you. And if you do not dream, that is fine too. For the myths themselves have already done their work. They have wrapped around you like a blanket of sound. They have guided you gently from waking into rest, from thought into stillness. So breathe now, deeper, slower. Let the words themselves fade into rhythm. Let the story fade into silence. Let the silence fade into sleep. The myths are eternal, but for tonight they rest with you. Now, allow your shoulders to sink deeper into comfort, your chest to rise and fall with quiet ease, your mind to soften like mist dissolving over the morning hills. You have traveled far through these myths, hearing their beginnings, their tales of gods and heroes, their tragedies, their triumphs, and at last, their quiet fading into stillness. Our story tonight does not end with a loud conclusion. It drifts, like a candle slowly dimming, like a tide receding gently back into the sea. Greek mythology was never meant only to be remembered in grand halls or carved into stone. It was also meant for evenings like this one, when the world is hushed, and words float like soft currents across the mind, carrying you into a state of calm. Imagine yourself in an olive grove at dusk. The air is warm, scented faintly with earth and leaves. The branches sway slowly, whispering with the rhythm of a lullaby. A small path winds through the grove, and you follow it without effort, your steps soundless, your body light. At the end of the path rests a quiet spring. Its waters are still, except for a single stream trickling gently into its basin, a sound soft and steady. This spring, they once said, belonged to the Muses, the gentle daughters of memory, who gave inspiration to poets, storytellers, and dreamers. Tonight, they do not sing loudly, they hum faintly, a sound almost like the hush of wind through reeds. Their song is not for learning but for resting. It is not for remembering but for forgetting. You kneel beside the spring and you cup your hands, dipping them into the cool water. As you drink, you feel the myths you've carried tonight. Zeus and his thunder, Hera's jealous watch, Hermes' quick flight, Athena's calm wisdom, dissolving into the water itself. They are no longer heavy tales in your mind. They are soft ripples within you, easing you into tranquility. A hush falls deeper still. The sky darkens, stars beginning to bloom one by one. A crescent moon hangs above, faint and kind. And beneath it you feel a calm presence, as though the very fabric of mythology is not a weight upon your chest, but a blanket around your body holding you gently. Let your breath now align with this feeling. Inhale slowly. Let the air move in like the calm sea tide. Exhale gently. Let the myths release, let the stories dissolve. Let the weight drift away. Each breath is slower than the last, guiding you down into comfort. Perhaps you imagine a temple bell sounding in the distance, a single low chime that echoes across the night air. It does not awaken you. It lulls you further. The sound reverberates and fades, leaving silence even deeper than before. You remember faintly that Greek mythology always held a place for sleep, for dreams. Morpheus, the god of dreams, was said to take the shape of whatever he pleased, carrying visions softly into slumber. As you close your eyes in this olive grove, you feel his presence like a breeze, tender and subtle, brushing across your mind. He is shaping your dreams now, drawing images from the myths into forms that comfort you. Perhaps he will carry you to Mount Olympus, where the thrones sit empty but bathed in golden light. Perhaps he will carry you to the gentle waves where Aphrodite once rose, though tonight the sea is calm and endless. Or perhaps he will carry you nowhere at all, only deeper into stillness, where there are no shapes, no words, only rest. You are safe. You are calm. The myths are quiet. The grove fades. The spring fades. Even the stars begin to blur, softening into the backdrop of sleep. You are no longer walking, no longer listening, no longer needing. You are simply resting, the stories becoming background hums, a gentle cocoon around your mind. Greek mythology has traveled with you from creation to chaos, from the rule of the Titans to the reign of the Olympians. From heroes to tragedies, from wars to love stories, from life to death and back again. And yet, in the end, all of these countless myths reduce themselves to one single truth. Everything returns to silence. Even the gods rest. Even the stars sleep. Even stories end in quiet. So now, let yourself return to silence too. The myths will wait for you when you wake. For now, they ask nothing more of you than this: rest, peace, and sleep. Breathe in gently. Feel the air filling you with calm. Breathe out slowly. Release the last of wakefulness. Breathe in once more, floating. Breathe out once more, drifting. With every breath, you are falling softly into dreams. And as you drift further, the last threads of myth weave themselves into a lullaby. Not words, not stories, but feelings. The cool shadow of olive leaves, the shimmer of starlight upon marble, the hum of waves against a quiet shore. These are the myths as they were always meant to be felt. Not loud, not fierce, but calm and eternal. Now close your eyes. Let the myths fade completely. Let sleep carry you. The story has ended, but its peace remains. Good night, dreamer. Sleep well. Now, allow yourself to release all effort. You have walked a very long path with me, through myths vast and deep, through the voices of gods and the whispers of mortals, through creation and destruction, through love and loss. And yet now, at this moment, you do not need to hold the weight of those stories. They are like clouds drifting across the sky of your mind, soft, light, and endlessly dissolving. Imagine the world of Greek mythology as a grand theater. The curtain has drawn back many times this night, revealing the Titan battles, the triumphs of Olympian gods, the struggles of heroes, the descent into Hades, and the beauty of love stories whispered by the muses. But now, the curtain falls slowly, gently, with no applause, no noise, only the still hush of quiet satisfaction. The stage darkens, the lights dim, and all that remains is peace. You are sitting in the empty theater. The seats around you are soft, the air cool and calm. A faint breeze flows through, carrying the scent of night blossoms. You lean back, feeling yourself sink into the cushion. And as the final curtain closes, your eyes too are closing. You no longer need to see. You no longer need to hear. You only need to rest. And yet, even as the curtain falls, you sense something kind, something eternal. For myths are not just stories, they are gentle companions. They linger not as loud tales, but as soft presence. The presence of Zeus is no longer thunder. It is a distant rumble, like a storm far away, soothing in its distance. The presence of Hera is no longer fierce. It is the warmth of commitment, like a steady candle that never falters. Hermes is no longer rushing. He is the breeze carrying you into dream. Athena is no longer instructing. She is the quiet clarity that softens your mind into stillness. Even Hades is no longer shadow and fear. He is the coolness of night air, wrapping you into safety. And Morpheus, the god of dreams, is already here, standing at the threshold of your thoughts, ready to guide you into a deep slumber where dreams unfold softly, without rush, without force. Breathe in deeply now, once more. Feel the air settle into your chest, into your shoulders. Breathe out gently, feeling your body sink deeper into wherever you rest. Another slow inhale. Calm, steady, unhurried. Another slow exhale. Letting go, letting go, letting go. The myths have ended, and your journey with them tonight has been long. But where stories end, rest begins. Where tales close, silence opens. And silence is exactly where you are meant to drift now. Perhaps you picture yourself lying beneath the stars of ancient Greece, a soft linen blanket pulled over you. The air is warm, the cicadas hum faintly. The olive trees stand tall in quiet stillness. The constellations above, Orion, Cassiopeia, Pegasus, shine gently, not as reminders of their myths, but as pinpoints of comfort in the great dark sky. Each star blinks like a heartbeat, like the rhythm of your breath, steady and calm. You are part of that sky now. You are part of the stillness. You are part of the endless rest that myths themselves fall into when they are no longer told. And slowly, gently, your mind begins to float. The words fade, the images dissolve, the stories drift away, and in their place comes quiet, sweet, deep, endless quiet. There is nothing left for you to do, no more words to follow, no more thoughts to hold, no more stories to carry. The myths have become silence, and that silence carries you, like a soft tide, into sleep. Breathe in, breathe out. The last trace of wakefulness leaves you. Breathe in, breathe out. The stories release their hold. Breathe in, breathe out. You are safe, you are calm, you are resting. And now, the myths are gone. The theater is dark, the grove is still. The sea is quiet, and you are drifting into dreams. Good night, dreamer. Sleep deeply, sleep peacefully, sleep endlessly. The story is finished, and you are asleep. Now, let us continue this gentle journey. You are already resting, already drifting, but sometimes the softest endings take time. They linger like a lullaby repeated over and over, not to teach, but to soothe. Imagine yourself walking again, though now your steps are slower, quieter, as if the earth itself is carrying you. The path beneath your feet is soft, covered in moss and fallen leaves. Each step makes no sound, only a faint sensation of sinking deeper into the ground, as though you are merging with the earth's stillness. The grove surrounds you, endless olive trees stretching outward, their branches swaying gently with the faintest breeze. The night air is warm, but not heavy. It flows across your skin like a silk veil, calming, cooling, effortless. In the distance, an owl calls, its voice low and slow, a sound that fades almost as soon as you hear it. You realize that the world of Greek mythology has grown very quiet now. No gods are arguing, no heroes are fighting, no mortals are struggling. Only silence remains. The path widens, leading you toward a clearing. The ground is covered in soft grass, glowing faintly in the moonlight. You pause here, and the stillness feels like a blanket wrapping around your shoulders. Above you, the stars scatter like silver dust, each one pulsing gently with light. You breathe in slowly, and as you do, the stars seem to breathe with you, expanding faintly as you inhale, softening as you exhale. It is as though the sky itself has become your companion in sleep, each star a heartbeat, each constellation a dream, each shimmer a whisper telling you to let go, to drift, to surrender. Your body grows heavier now, yet lighter at the same time. Heavy in its rest, light in its release. You feel as though you are lying down without even choosing to, as though the earth itself has invited you to rest in its arms. The grass cushions you, soft and warm, and the olive branches sway above. A gentle lullaby written not in words, but in movement. You close your eyes, and even behind them you still see the faint shimmer of stars. They float like gentle lights within your mind, guiding you deeper, further into quiet. With each breath, one light fades, replaced by darkness. And yet the darkness is not empty. It is calm, endless, tender. You think for a moment of the gods of sleep, Hypnos and his son Morpheus. Hypnos was said to live in a cave where the sun never shone, where poppies grew in eternal bloom, and where rivers of forgetfulness flowed. Tonight you feel as though you have found your way into that cave. Not dark and frightening, but cool and restful. You can almost smell the faint sweetness of poppies in the air, their fragrance lulling you into deeper calm. The river flows somewhere nearby, not loud, but steady, like the rhythm of your breath. And in this cave you sense Morpheus at the edge of your vision, gentle and kind. He does not speak. He does not need to. His presence is enough. He is shaping dreams for you. Dreams that will be soft, weightless, calming. He places them not in your waking mind, but in the folds of your sleep, ready to blossom as soon as you drift fully into slumber. Your eyelids are heavy now. Your body is sinking further into the grass, further into the ground, further into stillness. The myths have become shadows, then whispers, then nothing at all. All that remains is quiet. Let the quiet hold you. Let it guide you. Let it deepen around you, like layers of silk wrapping softly around your body. Inhale slowly, peace entering. Exhale gently, tension leaving. Inhale once more, drifting further. Exhale once more, releasing completely. And now the clearing itself begins to fade. The stars blur, the trees dissolve, the cave softens into mist. You are not walking anymore. You are not lying in one place. You are simply floating. Floating in endless calm. Floating in endless night. Floating in endless sleep. Now, let the story drift further. You are no longer walking the grove nor lying in the grass. Instead, you find yourself moving softly, as though guided by invisible hands, toward the sound of water. A gentle spring is flowing nearby, its voice quiet but unbroken, a trickling rhythm that calls you closer. The spring lies in a hollow of stone, its edges smooth, shaped over centuries by the touch of water. By its side grow flowers, pale and glowing faintly in the moonlight, their petals shimmering like silk. These are no ordinary flowers. They are the blossoms of the Muses, daughters of memory, who inspire song, story, and dream. Yet tonight, they are not singing loud hymns or weaving stories. They are whispering, faintly, like the sound of a lullaby carried across a great distance. You kneel beside the spring and the air feels cooler here. The sound of water is steady, like the beat of a drum slowed to the gentlest rhythm. You dip your hands into the spring, and the water is smooth, almost velvety. As you drink, you feel it sliding through you, not heavy, not sharp, but soft. With each sip, the fragments of myth still lingering in your thoughts. Tales of thunder, stories of love, the chaos of battles begin to dissolve. They melt into the water, flowing away from you, leaving only peace. The muses themselves drift closer now, though you do not see them clearly. You feel them. 9 soft presences circling the spring, their movements like breezes, their voices like faint humming. They do not bring inspiration tonight. They bring quiet. Their song has no words, no melody you can follow. It is simply a tone, long and low, wrapping itself around your thoughts until the thoughts themselves fall still. You lie back beside the spring, your head resting on the cool grass. Above you the stars shimmer, but they seem further away now, less bright. More like distant lanterns you need not reach. Your breath matches the trickle of the water, slow and steady. Inhale, and the water flows in. Exhale, and it flows out. You are part of the spring now, you are part of the rhythm. One by one, the muses step back, fading into the shadows of the trees. They leave you with their hum, a sound that lingers in the air long after they are gone. You know they are still there, watching, keeping the quiet safe for you. But you no longer need to hear them. You are already sinking deeper. You feel your body grow heavier, as though the earth itself is holding you. Your arms soften, your legs soften. Your chest rises and falls with almost no effort. Your thoughts no longer form into shapes. They stretch, then dissolve, like ripples on the water fading into stillness. For a moment you remember again the myths of creation, of gods and mortals, of endless adventures. But they no longer carry detail. They are only shadows now, echoes you cannot quite grasp. And even those echoes fade, slipping through your fingers like mist. What remains is only silence. A silence so wide, so endless, it feels like the whole universe has become your bed. The spring continues to flow. The water continues to sing. But the sound grows softer, further, fainter. It is not leaving you. You are drifting away from it, carried gently by something unseen. Like a boat floating away from the shore, you are being taken deeper, further, into the sea of dreams. You no longer need to move. You no longer need to choose. The muses, the spring, the grove, they have done their part. They have carried you to the edge of sleep, and now sleep itself takes over. Let go completely. Let go without fear. Let go as though you have been waiting for this moment forever. Breathe in once more, slowly, softly. Breathe out once more, deeply, completely. And now, drift. Drift on the current. Drift into dream. Drift into endless rest. The myths are gone. The muses are gone. The spring is gone. Only you remain, and the night around you. And even you too begin to dissolve into stillness. Now, as the spring fades from your senses, you find yourself looking upward again to the wide, endless sky. The constellations shimmer above you, not sharp, not harsh, but soft, like silver threads embroidered into dark velvet. They do not tell stories tonight. They do not demand that you remember their names or their myths. They only glow, steady and calm, as though they were placed there not for learning, but for resting. Orion is there, his belt of 3 stars forming a gentle path, but he does not hunt now. He stands still, quiet, as though he too has laid down his bow to sleep. Cassiopeia reclines upon her throne, not proud, not boastful, but serene, her stars forming a cradle in the sky. Pegasus stretches his wings, but they do not beat the air tonight. They are folded softly like a bird at rest. Each constellation seems to breathe with you. Inhale, and their glow brightens faintly. Exhale, and it softens again. The universe itself matches your rhythm, aligning you with something vast and eternal, and yet so gentle, so calm. You realize now that even the gods, even the heroes, even the endless myths, all of them were reflections of the same truth, that everything belongs to cycles, day to night, story to silence, waking to sleep. As you gaze upward, you imagine the gods watching too, but not as rulers, not as forces. They are softer now, smaller, almost human in their quiet. Zeus does not thunder. Instead, his presence is like a low hum, steady and grounding, reassuring you that the sky is safe. Hera does not burn with jealousy. She is steady, her gaze a constant reminder that you are protected. Hermes no longer runs. He drifts like a feather, guiding your breath gently in and out. Athena no longer teaches. She rests beside you, her wisdom becoming not words, but silence that clears your mind. Even Poseidon does not roar tonight. His sea is calm, his waves still, his voice no more than the hush of water lapping against distant shores. Each god that once filled the myths now leans back into stillness. They too are asleep. They too surrender to the night. They too remind you that it is all right to let go. Breathe with them. Inhale and the constellations shimmer. Exhale and the world softens. Inhale and the gods themselves close their eyes. Exhale and you follow. Your body feels even heavier now. The ground holds you as though you are part of it, as though roots have grown from your limbs, not binding you, but supporting you. You are no longer separate from the earth, the sky, or the myths. You are within them. You are of them. And yet you are free from their noise, their chaos, their demands. Only their peace remains. The stars above blur slightly as your eyes grow heavier. You blink slowly, and each time you close your eyes, it feels harder to open them again. But you do not mind. You know the stars will wait. They will shine whether you see them or not. You can trust them to hold the night while you drift away. In your mind, Morpheus steps closer. His presence is softer now, almost like a shadow at the edge of your thoughts. He does not need to guide you strongly. You are already falling. He only places his hand gently upon your shoulder, and that small touch is enough to send you deeper, further, calmer. He whispers no words, only silence, only stillness. That is his gift to you tonight. And as you listen to that silence, you realize it is not empty. It is full of safety, full of rest, full of peace. It carries you like a tide, and you surrender, letting it take you wherever it pleases. The constellations fade into mist. The gods fade into shadows. Even Morpheus himself fades, his hand lifting from your shoulder as he steps back into the dream. You no longer need his presence. You are already in the dream. Your breath is slower now. Your body is stiller. Your thoughts are fewer, fainter, softer. You are on the edge of sleep. And all you need to do is take one final step forward. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. And with each breath, you step deeper into the night. The myths are gone. The constellations are gone. Only sleep remains. And you are ready to enter it fully. Now, as your body settles further into stillness, Morpheus returns. Not as a guide in front of you, but as a quiet painter standing behind your mind. His brush is made of shadows. His canvas is the soft expanse of your dreams, and every stroke he lays down fills you with more ease, more calm. He does not rush. He works slowly, tenderly, ensuring that what you see, what you feel, carries you deeper into rest. The first image he paints is simple, a quiet meadow, rolling endlessly in every direction. Its grass is tall and whispering in the breeze. You walk through it, but your steps leave no sound, no trace. The earth beneath your feet is soft, forgiving, as though it welcomes you with each stride. The sky above is pale and limitless, brushed with fading sunlight that carries no heat, only warmth enough to comfort your skin. As you move through this meadow, you notice tiny white flowers swaying gently. They are not part of any myth. They have no story. They simply exist, delicate, fragile, yet eternal in their quiet way. You reach down, brushing your fingertips across their petals. They bend and spring back, their fragrance barely there, faint, like a memory half forgotten. And that is what they are. Fragments of memory, fragments of myth, fragments of all that came before, scattered and softened until they no longer demand to be remembered. They simply soothe you. Morpheus paints again, and now the meadow folds into a small stream. Its waters are silver, not cold, not rushing, but calm, steady, moving at a pace slower than your own breath. You kneel beside it, dipping your hand into the current. The water accepts you without question, slipping around your fingers, cooling them, carrying away any last tension you did not even know you held. As you lift your hand, droplets slide back into the stream, as though they were never yours at all. You realize that everything you let go of, the stress, the noise, the myths themselves, becomes part of this stream, carried far away into nothingness. And yet, though you release, you do not lose. For the stream glimmers brighter each time something leaves you, as though it is grateful for your offering. You sit by it for a while, letting the sound of its flowing lull you deeper. Each trickle is like a whispered lullaby. Each ripple is like a gentle hand smoothing the air around you. Morpheus is pleased, and so he paints more. The stream widens, becoming a lake. Its surface is glass, perfectly still, perfectly reflective. You gaze into it and see the sky mirrored back. But the stars you saw before are softer now, no longer sharp constellations, but gentle sparks of light scattered randomly, without meaning, without order. They do not ask to be interpreted, they only glow. You lower yourself onto the lake and it holds you. You float effortlessly, the water supporting every part of you. It is neither cold nor warm, but precisely the temperature your body desires. Your arms drift outward. Your legs grow still. Your head tips back until only your face breaks the surface, and the sky above you blurs into the sky beneath you. You are suspended between two infinities, one real, one reflected, and both are equally calm. Your breath is slow, your body is weightless, Your mind is quiet. Morpheus leans closer, and this time he whispers, not in words you can understand, but in sounds that echo like distant waves, like faraway wind. His voice is not telling you a story anymore. It is weaving you into one. You are no longer listening, you are the dream. And within this dream, fragments of Greek myths drift past like feathers in the breeze. Not full tales, not sharp images, but softened echoes. You see Heracles for a moment, not in struggle, not in battle, but sitting beside a hearth, his club set aside, his head bowed in quiet rest. You see Aphrodite walking across the sea, but her steps do not stir the water. They leave only faint rings, fading as soon as they appear. You see Apollo's lyre, not played, not strummed, but lying still. Golden strings humming faintly with the air itself. Even Hades, so often feared, is nothing but a shadow at the lake's edge. His gaze not threatening, but watchful, as though he too wishes you peace. These images do not stay. They drift, dissolve, vanish into the water. They are not here to engage you. They are here to ease you. Myths that once burned bright now flicker faintly, like candles burning low, until their glow becomes soft, comforting, almost like night lights for the soul. And as these echoes fade, you drift further. Your breath matches the rhythm of the lake, slow, gentle, endless. Each inhale deepens your rest. Each exhale carries you further away from wakefulness. You feel yourself sinking, not into the water, but into sleep itself. The meadow is gone. The stream is gone. The lake itself dissolves. Now there is only darkness, but it is not empty. It is full, vast, warm. You are floating still, but you no longer need to know where. You trust the dream. You trust the silence. You trust that Morpheus has carried you far enough that you no longer have to think, no longer have to see, no longer have to remember. There is nothing left now but sleep, and you are ready. Now, let us sink even deeper, further beyond the stories, further beyond even the gentle lake. What remains now is something softer than memory, quieter than silence itself. You are drifting into that space where thought no longer clings, where images no longer insist on staying, where the entire weight of myth and history dissolves into a tender calm. Imagine yourself lying on a bed of clouds, high above the earth, yet held in place with perfect care. The clouds are not cold, not wet, but soft as cotton and warm as a blanket fresh from the hearth. They lift you effortlessly, swaying in slow, endless rhythm, carrying you further into the sky of dreams. Each rise is a breath in, each gentle dip is a breath out. Your body responds without effort. You are part of the motion, part of the quiet, part of the night itself. Above, the stars glimmer faintly, but they are not sharp anymore. Their edges blur like watercolor in rain. They no longer form constellations. Orion is gone. Perseus is gone. All those heroic patterns have dissolved into simple, soothing pinpoints of light, scattered with no design, no meaning, only calm beauty. They do not tell stories now. They only comfort. And in that comfort, you realize that Greek mythology, in all its vastness, was always about something deeper, about people searching for meaning in a wide, mysterious world. But here, as you drift into sleep, meaning is no longer needed. You don't need tales of gods or heroes. You don't need lessons or warnings. You don't even need questions or answers. You only need this: rest, stillness, quiet. The clouds shift, and now you are drifting slowly downward, though there is no rush. Below you lies a wide valley. It glows faintly with silver mist, and as you sink closer, you see that it is filled with poppies. Their red petals sway gently, thousands upon thousands of them, and their fragrance rises into the air like a lullaby carried on wind. This is the Valley of Hypnos, the god of sleep. He is not visible, but his presence surrounds you, like the hush of a room where a candle has just been blown out. He does not speak, but you hear him in your bones, inviting you to lie among the flowers, to surrender to their softness. The clouds lower you gently, setting you upon the field. The poppies bend around you, cushioning you even more deeply. You lie back, and the petals fold like blankets, wrapping you in warmth. Their scent is not heavy, not overwhelming. It is subtle, just enough to soften your breath, to relax your chest, to quiet the last flickers of thought. You look upward once more, but the stars are fading now, their light dimming until the sky itself becomes darker, softer, almost like velvet. The poppies sway in rhythm with your breath. The mist thickens, but not to hide you. It enfolds you, embraces you, holds you as you drift further down, further in. The myths themselves fade completely now. Zeus's thunder has no echo. Athena's wisdom has no whisper. Even Hades and Persephone, gods of endings and beginnings, dissolve into silence. There is no Olympus, no underworld, no sea, no sky. Only this valley, only these poppies, only this gentle descent into nothingness. And what a beautiful nothingness it is. Not empty, not lonely, but full of peace. Full of the quiet you have been longing for. You breathe in once more, and the petals seem to sigh with you. You breathe out, and the mist swirls, carrying you deeper. With each cycle, the valley grows dimmer, until you're no longer sure if your eyes are open or closed. But it does not matter. Sight is no longer needed. Only rest is needed. Your body is heavy, sinking into the earth beneath. Your mind is light, drifting away like smoke. The balance is perfect, weight and weightlessness together, carrying you fully into sleep. And so you rest here. The myths are finished. The gods are silent. The heroes are gone. The world is quiet. Good night, dreamer. Good night, wanderer of myths. Good night, listener who sought sleep and found it here. May you drift endlessly, softly, peacefully, into dreams shaped not by stories, but by silence itself. Now, the poppy field is beginning to blur, not because it is gone, but because your mind is releasing the need to hold its image. The red petals that once swayed gently in the mist are softening into shapes that no longer matter, colors that no longer cling. They drift away as though they were never flowers at all, but simply fragments of dreams scattering into the wind. And in their place comes darkness, not frightening darkness, not emptiness. Where the sheets are warm, where the pillow knows the shape of your head. It is a darkness that asks for nothing and gives everything. It is a darkness that welcomes you, like an ocean without waves, like a sky without stars, endless and calm. You feel yourself lying down fully now, your body so heavy that it melts into whatever surface holds you. You no longer know if it is grass, or cloud, or bed, or earth. It does not matter. You are supported, you are safe. You are free to let go. Your breath is the only sound, slow, steady, deepening. Each inhale carries the last traces of the myths you've heard. Each exhale releases them completely. The gods dissolve into vapor. The heroes dissolve into shadows. The mortals dissolve into whispers. Soon they are gone, leaving only you, your breath, and this soft descent into silence. The darkness deepens further, wrapping around you like velvet curtains. And within it, faint glimmers flicker. Not stories, not figures, not voices, but sensations. A gentle hum, like the faint vibration of a harp string plucked once and allowed to fade. A cool breeze, drifting across your skin with no source, no direction, only calmness. A weightless floating, as though gravity itself has loosened its hold on you, allowing you to hover in perfect stillness. This is not the mythology of Greece anymore. This is your mythology of rest. A story written not in battles, not in triumphs, but in quiet breaths and slow heartbeats. A story that begins not with creation or gods, but with you, lying here drifting into endless night. If your mind tries to wander back, let it drift like a leaf on water. Let it circle gently once or twice, and then let the current carry it away. You do not need to hold it. You do not need to follow. Everything is moving away into the distance, into the shadows, into the silence. And yet, you are not left empty. The silence itself is full. It holds you like a parent rocking a child. It holds you like the sea cradles a boat. It holds you like time holds eternity. You are not falling. You are not lost. You are being carried. Now imagine a single star appearing in the darkness. Not bright, not sharp, but faint, like a candle burning low. It does not speak. It does not tell a story. It simply glows, steady and patient. You look at it once, then close your eyes, and even with your eyes closed, you still see it. That gentle light lingers behind your eyelids, not demanding, not distracting, only comforting. It pulses softly, in rhythm with your breath, until you no longer know if it is outside you or within you. Inhale, the light brightens faintly. Exhale, the light softens again. Inhale, it steadies you. Exhale, it soothes you. The star does not fade. It waits with you, guiding you deeper, until your body and mind are so still that you forget even the star itself. What remains then is only the rhythm, only the pulse, only the endless quiet. And in that quiet, sleep rises up to meet you. Not suddenly, not all at once, but slowly, gently, like a tide creeping up the shore. First your feet are covered, then your legs, then your chest, until at last the tide is over your head, and you are fully beneath its calm waters. You are floating again, but this time there is no effort, no awareness. You are gone into it, safe within it. The myths are finished. The gods are gone. The stories are done. There is no need to stay awake. There is no need to listen further. Everything is ready for you to rest now, fully and deeply. Sleep, dreamer. Sleep softly, sleep endlessly. Now, as you drift further, the darkness has grown so complete, so comforting that you no longer distinguish between what is outside you and what is within you. The line has blurred. The world has faded. You are floating in a vast, endless quiet, and in that quiet there is nothing left for you to do but rest. Your body is heavy, perfectly heavy, melting down into the surface beneath you. Your arms are loose, your shoulders slack, your legs softened, your jaw released. Each part of you has surrendered its effort. You are not holding yourself up anymore. You are not carrying weight anymore. You are not required to do anything at all. And your breath, your soft, steady breath is the only rhythm that remains. Listen to it, feel it, trust it, inhale. The chest rises gently like a wave lifting. Exhale. The chest falls slowly like a wave settling. Inhale. A little deeper, the tide returning. Exhale. Softer, quieter, as though the tide itself is sighing. This rhythm is your anchor now. It is the oldest rhythm, older than myths, older than gods, older than all the stories of creation. It is the rhythm of life itself, and it carries you peacefully into sleep. Imagine again that faint star, the one that pulsed with your breath. It is smaller now, quieter, but still there, watching over you. It does not flicker. It does not fade. It only waits patiently, glowing faintly as your breath slows further, and further, and further still. The myths of Greece, Zeus, Athena, Apollo, Persephone, Poseidon, Hades, all of them are gone. Their temples are empty. Their voices are silent. Their statues are crumbled. The age of heroes has ended. The stories have folded into night. All of it has vanished into the mist of time. And yet, none of that matters now because you are not here for stories anymore. You are here for rest. Sleep has become your mythology. Sleep has become your creation tale. Sleep has become your endless ocean. The star pulses once more, dim and slow, and then drifts away, leaving you in total darkness. Not a frightening darkness, a restful one. A blanket woven from shadows tucked around you with infinite care. Now the rhythm of my voice fades into the rhythm of your breath. I am no longer telling you stories. I am no longer guiding you through myths. I am only here to remind you, softly, gently, that it is safe to let go. You can let go of the day. You can let go of the stories. You can let go of the listening. You can let go of the thinking. All that remains is sleep. Sleep that deepens with every breath. Sleep that softens with every moment. Sleep that carries you further away, until there is no edge, no border, no difference between you and the night. You are the night now. You are the quiet. You are the dream. And as you dissolve into that dream, hear this final whisper. You are safe, you are calm, you are free, and you are ready to rest. Do like and subscribe, but if you genuinely like this video, and let me know where are you watching from and what time is it there. Now, we have reached the very end. Not the end of the world, not the end of myths, but the end of wakefulness. The long, winding road of stories has carried you here, and here is where you no longer need words, no longer need history, no longer need to follow along. Here is where you surrender, fully, completely, to the embrace of sleep. The silence around you is perfect now. No footsteps, no voices, no echoes, only the softness of your breath. And even that is fading, blending into the stillness of night. Your body is not separate from the quiet. Your body is the quiet. Each breath carries you deeper. Inhale, peace enters. Exhale, tension leaves. Inhale, heaviness settles. Exhale, thoughts dissolve. And again, softer this time. Inhale, peace. Exhale, release. Inhale, rest. Exhale, sleep. Your arms are heavy. Your legs are heavy. Your chest rises and falls without effort. Your head sinks deeper into the pillow. Every muscle, every joint, every cell is loosening, releasing, letting go. You do not need to move. You do not need to hold. You do not need to think. Sleep is already here. Let it take you. Let it carry you. Let it surround you like the softest ocean, endless and gentle. Now imagine the faintest wave of darkness rolling over you, from the crown of your head, to your eyelids, to your shoulders, to your chest, down your arms, through your hands, through your fingers. The wave continues, across your back, your stomach, your hips, your thighs, your knees, your calves, your ankles, your feet, your toes. Every part of you is covered in this darkness, wrapped in it, held by it. The wave comes again, softer this time, slower this time. It covers you once more, layering the stillness deeper, weaving the sleep more firmly into your being. And again, slower still, until there is no distinction between the wave and your body. You are the wave. You are the stillness. You are the sleep. The myths are finished. The gods are silent. The heroes are gone. The stories are over. Only rest remains. Sleep now. Sleep deeper. Sleep longer. Sleep endlessly. Your eyelids are sealed with calm. Your breath is woven with peace. Your body is draped in silence. Your mind is floating in night. There is nothing left for you to do. Sleep has arrived. Good night, good night, good night. Now, let us sink even deeper, further beyond the stories, further beyond even the gentle lake. What remains now is something softer than memory, quieter than silence itself. You are drifting into that space where thought no longer clings, where images no longer insist on staying, where the entire weight of myth and history dissolves into a tender calm. Imagine yourself lying on a bed of clouds, high above the earth, yet held in place with perfect care. The clouds are not cold, not wet, but soft as cotton and warm as a blanket fresh from the hearth. They lift you effortlessly, swaying in slow, endless rhythm, carrying you further into the sky of dreams. Each rise is a breath in, each gentle dip is a breath out. Your body responds without effort. You are part of the motion, part of the quiet, part of the night itself. Above, the stars glimmer faintly, but they are not sharp anymore. Their edges blur like watercolor in rain. They no longer form constellations. Orion is gone. Perseus is gone. All those heroic patterns have dissolved into simple, soothing pinpoints of light, scattered with no design, no meaning, only calm beauty. They do not tell stories now. They only comfort. And in that comfort, you realize that Greek mythology, in all its vastness, was always about something deeper, about people searching for meaning in a wide, mysterious world. But here, as you drift into sleep, meaning is no longer needed. You don't need tales of gods or heroes. You don't need lessons or warnings. You don't even need questions or answers. You only need this: rest, stillness, quiet. The clouds shift, and now you are drifting slowly downward, though there is no rush. Below you lies a wide valley. It glows faintly with silver mist, and as you sink closer, you see that it is filled with poppies. Their red petals sway gently, thousands upon thousands of them, and their fragrance rises into the air like a lullaby carried on wind. This is the Valley of Hypnos, the god of sleep. He is not visible, but his presence surrounds you, like the hush of a room where a candle has just been blown out. He does not speak, but you hear him in your bones, inviting you to lie among the flowers, to surrender to their softness. The clouds lower you gently, setting you upon the field. The poppies bend around you, cushioning you even more deeply. You lie back, and the petals fold like blankets, wrapping you in warmth. Their scent is not heavy, not overwhelming. It is subtle, just enough to soften your breath, to relax your chest, to quiet the last flickers of thought. You look upward once more, but the stars are fading now, their light dimming until the sky itself becomes darker, softer, almost like velvet. The poppies sway in rhythm with your breath. The mist thickens, but not to hide you. It enfolds you, embraces you, holds you as you drift further down, further in. The myths themselves fade completely now. Zeus's thunder has no echo. Athena's wisdom has no whisper. Even Hades and Persephone, gods of endings and beginnings, dissolve into silence. There is no Olympus, no underworld, no sea, no sky. Only this valley, only these poppies, only this gentle descent into nothingness. And what a beautiful nothingness it is. Not empty, not lonely, but full of peace. Full of the quiet you have been longing for. You breathe in once more, and the petals seem to sigh with you. You breathe out, and the mist swirls, carrying you deeper. With each cycle, the valley grows dimmer, until you're no longer sure if your eyes are open or closed. But it does not matter. Sight is no longer needed. Only rest is needed. Your body is heavy, sinking into the earth beneath. Your mind is light, drifting away like smoke. The balance is perfect, weight and weightlessness together, carrying you fully into sleep. And so you rest here. The myths are finished. The gods are silent. The heroes are gone. The world is quiet. Good night, dreamer. Good night, wanderer of myths. Good night, listener who sought sleep and found it here. May you drift endlessly, softly, peacefully, into dreams shaped not by stories, but by silence itself. Now, the poppy field is beginning to blur, not because it is gone, but because your mind is releasing the need to hold its image. The red petals that once swayed gently in the mist are softening into shapes that no longer matter, colors that no longer cling. They drift away as though they were never flowers at all, but simply fragments of dreams scattering into the wind. And in their place comes darkness, not frightening darkness, not emptiness. Where the sheets are warm, where the pillow knows the shape of your head. It is a darkness that asks for nothing and gives everything. It is a darkness that welcomes you, like an ocean without waves, like a sky without stars, endless and calm. You feel yourself lying down fully now, your body so heavy that it melts into whatever surface holds you. You no longer know if it is grass, or cloud, or bed, or earth. It does not matter. You are supported, you are safe. You are free to let go. Your breath is the only sound, slow, steady, deepening. Each inhale carries the last traces of the myths you've heard. Each exhale releases them completely. The gods dissolve into vapor. The heroes dissolve into shadows. The mortals dissolve into whispers. Soon they are gone, leaving only you, your breath, and this soft descent into silence. The darkness deepens further, wrapping around you like velvet curtains. And within it, faint glimmers flicker. Not stories, not figures, not voices, but sensations. A gentle hum, like the faint vibration of a harp string plucked once and allowed to fade. A cool breeze, drifting across your skin with no source, no direction, only calmness. A weightless floating, as though gravity itself has loosened its hold on you, allowing you to hover in perfect stillness. This is not the mythology of Greece anymore. This is your mythology of rest. A story written not in battles, not in triumphs, but in quiet breaths and slow heartbeats. A story that begins not with creation or gods, but with you, lying here drifting into endless night. If your mind tries to wander back, let it drift like a leaf on water. Let it circle gently once or twice, and then let the current carry it away. You do not need to hold it. You do not need to follow. Everything is moving away into the distance, into the shadows, into the silence. And yet, you are not left empty. The silence itself is full. It holds you like a parent rocking a child. It holds you like the sea cradles a boat. It holds you like time holds eternity. You are not falling. You are not lost. You are being carried. Now imagine a single star appearing in the darkness. Not bright, not sharp, but faint, like a candle burning low. It does not speak. It does not tell a story. It simply glows, steady and patient. You look at it once, then close your eyes. And even with your eyes closed, you still see it. That gentle light lingers behind your eyelids, not demanding, not distracting, only comforting. It pulses softly, in rhythm with your breath, until you no longer know if it is outside you or within you. Inhale, the light brightens faintly. Exhale, the light softens again. Inhale, it steadies you. Exhale, it soothes you. The star does not fade. It waits with you, guiding you deeper, until your body and mind are so still that you forget even the star itself. What remains then is only the rhythm, only the pulse, only the endless quiet. And in that quiet, sleep rises up to meet you. Not suddenly, not all at once, but slowly, gently, like a tide creeping up the shore. First your feet are covered, then your legs, then your chest, until at last the tide is over your head, and you are fully beneath its calm waters. You are floating again, but this time there is no effort, no awareness. You are gone into it, safe within it. The myths are finished. The gods are gone. The stories are done. There is no need to stay awake. There is no need to listen further. Everything is ready for you to rest now, fully and deeply. Sleep, dreamer. Sleep softly, sleep endlessly. Now, as the spring fades from your senses, you find yourself looking upward again to the wide, endless sky. The constellations shimmer above you, not sharp, not harsh, but soft, like silver threads embroidered into dark velvet. They do not tell stories tonight. They do not demand that you remember their names or their myths. They only glow, steady and calm, as though they were placed there not for learning, but for resting. Orion is there, his belt of 3 stars forming a gentle path, but he does not hunt now. He stands still, quiet, as though he too has laid down his bow to sleep. Cassiopeia reclines upon her throne, not proud, not boastful, but serene, her stars forming a cradle in the sky. Pegasus stretches his wings, but they do not beat the air tonight. They are folded softly like a bird at rest. Each constellation seems to breathe with you. Inhale, and their glow brightens faintly. Exhale, and it softens again. The universe itself matches your rhythm, aligning you with something vast and eternal, and yet so gentle, so calm. You realize now that even the gods, even the heroes, even the endless myths, all of them were reflections of the same truth, that everything belongs to cycles. Day to night, story to silence, waking to sleep. As you gaze upward, you imagine the gods watching too, but not as rulers, not as forces. They are softer now, smaller, almost human in their quiet. Zeus does not thunder. Instead, his presence is like a low hum, steady and grounding, reassuring you that the sky is safe. Hera does not burn with jealousy. She is steady, her gaze a constant reminder that you are protected. Hermes no longer runs. He drifts like a feather, guiding your breath gently in and out. Athena no longer teaches. She rests beside you, her wisdom becoming not words, but silence that clears your mind. Even Poseidon does not roar tonight. His sea is calm, his waves still, his voice no more than the hush of water lapping against distant shores. Each god that once filled the myths now leans back into stillness. They too are asleep. They too surrendered to the night. They too remind you that it is all right to let go. Breathe with them. Inhale and the constellations shimmer. Exhale and the world softens. Inhale and the gods themselves close their eyes. Exhale and you follow. Your body feels even heavier now. The ground holds you as though you are part of it, as though roots have grown from your limbs, not binding you, but supporting you. You are no longer separate from the earth, the sky, or the myths. You are within them. You are of them. And yet you are free from their noise, their chaos, their demands. Only their peace remains. The stars above blur slightly as your eyes grow heavier. You blink slowly, and each time you close your eyes, it feels harder to open them again. But you do not mind. You know the stars will wait. They will shine whether you see them or not. You can trust them to hold the night while you drift away. In your mind, Morpheus steps closer. His presence is softer now, almost like a shadow at the edge of your thoughts. He does not need to guide you strongly. You are already falling. He only places his hand gently upon your shoulder, and that small touch is enough to send you deeper, further, calmer. He whispers no words, only silence, only stillness. That is his gift to you tonight. And as you listen to that silence, you realize it is not empty. It is full of safety, full of rest, full of peace. It carries you like a tide, and you surrender, letting it take you wherever it pleases. The constellations fade into mist. The gods fade into shadows. Even Morpheus himself fades, his hand lifting from your shoulder as he steps back into the dream. You no longer need his presence. You are already in the dream. Your breath is slower now. Your body is stiller. Your thoughts are fewer, fainter, softer. You are on the edge of sleep. And all you need to do is take one final step forward. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. And with each breath, you step deeper into the night. The myths are gone. The constellations are gone. Only sleep remains. And you are ready to enter it fully. Now, as your body settles further into stillness, Morpheus returns. Not as a guide in front of you, but as a quiet painter standing behind your mind. His brush is made of shadows. His canvas is the soft expanse of your dreams. And every stroke he lays down fills you with more ease, more calm. He does not rush. He works slowly, tenderly, ensuring that what you see, what you feel, carries you deeper into rest. The first image he paints is simple, a quiet meadow, rolling endlessly in every direction. Its grass is tall and whispering in the breeze. You walk through it, but your steps leave no sound, no trace. The earth beneath your feet is soft, forgiving, as though it welcomes you with each stride. The sky above is pale and limitless, brushed with fading sunlight that carries no heat, only warmth enough to comfort your skin. As you move through this meadow, you notice tiny white flowers swaying gently. They are not part of any myth. They have no story. They simply exist, delicate, fragile, yet eternal in their quiet way. You reach down, brushing your fingertips across their petals. They bend and spring back, their fragrance barely there, faint, like a memory half forgotten. And that is what they are. Fragments of memory, fragments of myth, fragments of all that came before, scattered and softened until they no longer demand to be remembered. They simply soothe you. Morpheus paints again, and now the meadow folds into a small stream. Its waters are silver, not cold, not rushing, but calm, steady, moving at a pace slower than your own breath. You kneel beside it, dipping your hand into the current. The water accepts you without question, slipping around your fingers, cooling them, carrying away any last tension you did not even know you held. As you lift your hand, droplets slide back into the stream, as though they were never yours at all. You realize that everything you let go of, the stress, the noise, the myths themselves, becomes part of this stream, carried far away into nothingness. And yet, though you release, you do not lose. For the stream glimmers brighter each time something leaves you, as though it is grateful for your offering. You sit by it for a while, letting the sound of its flowing lull you deeper. Each trickle is like a whispered lullaby. Each ripple is like a gentle hand smoothing the air around you. Morpheus is pleased, and so he paints more. The stream widens, becoming a lake. Its surface is glass, perfectly still, perfectly reflective. You gaze into it and see the sky mirrored back. But the stars you saw before are softer now. No longer sharp constellations, but gentle sparks of light, scattered randomly, without meaning, without order. They do not ask to be interpreted. They only glow. You lower yourself onto the lake and it holds you. You float effortlessly, the water supporting every part of you. It is neither cold nor warm, but precisely the temperature your body desires. Your arms drift outward. Your legs grow still. Your head tips back until only your face breaks the surface, and the sky above you blurs into the sky beneath you. You are suspended between two infinities, one real, one reflected, and both are equally calm. Your breath is slow. Your body is weightless. Your mind is quiet. Morpheus leans closer, and this time he whispers. Not in words you can understand, but in sounds that echo like distant waves, like faraway wind. His voice is not telling you a story anymore. It is weaving you into one. You are no longer listening, you are the dream. And within this dream, fragments of Greek myths drift past like feathers in the breeze. Not full tales, not sharp images, but softened echoes. You see Heracles for a moment, not in struggle, not in battle, but sitting beside a hearth, his club set aside, his head bowed in quiet rest. You see Aphrodite walking across the sea, but her steps do not stir the water. They leave only faint rings, fading as soon as they appear. You see Apollo's lyre, not played, not strummed, but lying still. Golden strings humming faintly with the air itself. Even Hades, so often feared, is nothing but a shadow at the lake's edge. His gaze not threatening, but watchful, as though he too wishes you peace. These images do not stay. They drift, dissolve, vanish into the water. They are not here to engage you. They are here to ease you. Myths that once burned bright now flicker faintly, like candles burning low, until their glow becomes soft, comforting, almost like night lights for the soul. And as these echoes fade, you drift further. Your breath matches the rhythm of the lake, slow, gentle, endless. Each inhale deepens your rest. Each exhale carries you further away from wakefulness. You feel yourself sinking, not into the water, but into sleep itself. The meadow is gone. The stream is gone. The lake itself dissolves. Now there is only darkness, but it is not empty. It is full, vast, warm. You are floating still, but you no longer need to know where. You trust the dream. You trust the silence. You trust that Morpheus has carried you far enough that you no longer have to think, no longer have to see, no longer have to remember. There is nothing left now but sleep, and you are ready.